Then we see, there you see 44 banks in 2025. And this is the number of branches. Now we have 19,910 branches. Then we have, this is the growth graph of number of bank branches. We've already seen that. So we had in 2014, 8,240 ATMs, and now today we have 19,519 ATMs. So ATM transactions, this is important actually. So the adoption of this channel was humongous. Now it is not just a preferred for the cash. So it's become part of their life. Trend also has started off deploying machines which can, accept cash. Just standalone machines or recycling ATMs. So all of them, and there is a trend. And there is also a push from State Bank, as you would all know. So the cash deposit figures also are on the rise. POS machines also have, witnessed growth, particularly after COVID. You see a very steep increase, and it continues to increase. There is a huge potential, by the way, in this domain, as we all know, because POS terminals where there is no Visa, there is no MasterCard. How many POS machines are there in Iran, our neighboring country? 7.3 million. So, doodh wala, tandoor wala, sabzi wala, even the odd beggar has. I've seen that in China, by the way, कि वो अपना QR code दिखाता है कि मुझे पैसे देने आप. Individual bank account holders.
Chief Digital Officer, Group Head, Bank Al-Falah, none other than Mr. Yahya Khan. Please give him a big round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Very kind introduction. बहुत शुक्रिया. So मेरे पास 10 मिनट हैं फैसल ने कहा और एक स्लाइड है. अभी मैं और कबीर बात कर रहे थे कि ये 20 स्लाइड नवीद साहब कैसे गुजारेंगे, लेकिन well done for browsing through them. मुझे 23 साल तो नहीं हुए इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आते हुए, लेकिन 11वां साल है. But one other good thing about these conferences is, besides sharing whatever little I can, I get to meet some really good old industry friends in these conferences. Together we grew old, so it's always good. नवीद साहब ने इट्स अ गुड सेगवे एक्चुअली, उन्होंने सेट किया सीन ऑफ वेयर वी आर टुडे in terms of some of the deployed infrastructure in the country that supports digital banking. I thought that much has been said and written lately about the cashless economy, so उस पर थोड़ी सी बात कर लेते हैं. Okay, what's the drivers behind and what's happening and what's hopefully going to happen. तो first of all, तो I think जो भी हम इस रूम में practitioners बैठे हुए हैं, somehow or the other we are going to be, I believe, positively affected by these initiatives जो आ रहे हैं. चाहे हम technology vendor हैं, हम technology provide करते हैं, या हम practitioners हैं in banking sector, so we are going to be positively affected. And hopefully as we go along to this one pager, it'll get clear. So इसका जो starting point था वो ये था कि cash in circulation का issue. Pakistan probably has the highest cash to GDP ratio, at least in some of the regions जिनसे हम अपने आप को compare करते हैं, कोई 30% से ज़्यादा का cash in circulation. तो तकरीबन 10.5 ट्रिलियन रुपीस जो सेंट्रल बैंक ने छापे हैं, लेकिन वो बैंक्स की बैलेंस शीट्स पर नहीं है. दे हैव नेवर मेड देयर वे इनटू द बैंक्स बैलेंस शीट. अच्छा, अब इससे क्या असर पड़ता है इकोनॉमी पे? सबसे बड़ा असर तो गवर्नमेंट को खुद पड़ता है कि जब आप उनको लेंड करते हैं, इफ दैट 30% और 10.5 ट्रिलियन वाज ऑन द बैलेंस शीट्स ऑफ द बैंक, देन द लेंडिंग टू द गवर्नमेंट वुड हैव बीन far cheaper than what it is today. उसके अलावा बाकी सारे problems we can guess कि concealment, not declaring, taxation issues, all of these things are there. So this was the drive. Now ये भी assume कर देना I think would be a very simplistic approach कि ये सारा deliberate concealment की वजह से cash in circulation है. And again as we talk about will highlight कि ऐसा assume करना क्यों overly simplistic होगा. एक बड़ी चीज़ जो बैंक्स देते हैं ना, जो हम एक्चुअली इन मोस्ट कॉन्फ्रेंसेज व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट डिजिटल बैंकिंग, वी मे नॉट हैव इनफ टाइम टू डू द पोल और द रेज ऑफ हैंड्स हेयर. व्हेन आई से कि बैंक्स क्या देते हैं, मुख्तलिफ जवाबात आते हैं स्पेशली इन डिजिटल बैंकिंग. बट सबसे बड़ी चीज़ जो बैंक्स देते हैं ना, वो सेफ कीपिंग ऑफ मनी है. उसके बाद सारी कहानी शुरू होती है पेमेंट्स की एंड lending की and everything else that follows, और apps की. So ये भी assume कर लेना ओवर सिंपलिस्टिक है कि 10.5 ट्रिलियन की सेफ कीपिंग तो बैंक्स नहीं दे रहा है, बट जो लोग उनको ले रहे हैं वो कंफर्टेबल है. That's not the case. They want banking to come to them and they want that cash to be safe kept, at least a majority of those, if not all. जिसकी वजह से now I'm going to link some of the things that नवीद साहब had talked about. जिसकी वजह से एक recent जो सर्कुलर आया है सेंट्रल बैंक का कि तमाम बैंकों ने 2028 तक 25% ऑफ देयर ब्रांच नेटवर्क के ऊपर कैश डिपॉजिट मशीन्स लगानी है. उसका मकसद यही है कि इट मेड नो सेंस कि 5 बजे अक्सर तो जोहर के बाद हमारे मुल्क में लोगों का धंधा शुरू होता है और 5 बजे बैंक बंद कर देते हैं. तो जो सेफ कीपिंग जो प्राइमरी फंक्शन था बैंकिंग का, वो 5 बजे बंद हो जाता है, जबकि आपकी मार्केट्स रात 12 बजे तक चल रही होती हैं. सो ये जो 5 से 12 बजे का एक वक्त है, इसमें आपकी जो पूरी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इंडस्ट्री है वो स्टंट हो जाती है. अगर जो लोग ने इन वैल्यू चेन्स को स्टडी किया है उनको पता होगा कि जी जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स हैं वो इस वक्त में माल तो सप्लाई करते हैं, कैश नहीं उठाते. दुकानदार कैश वसूल तो करता है लेकिन गलत में रखा हुआ होता है, वो डेड कैश है, अनयूज्ड कैश है. जो माशाल्लाह बड़े ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग प्लेयर्स हैं जिनका उनसे ताल्लुक भी रहा है, उनको पता है कि वो कितना कैश क्रेडिट पंप करते हैं मार्केट्स में बिटवीन 5 and 12 o'clock ताकि उनका ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग वालों का धंधा चलता रहे. सो इट्स अ वेरी इनएफिशिएंट मॉडल. बैंक्स जो है वो 24 घंटे का किराया एंड बिजली एंड पानी और गैस एंड एम्प्लॉयज़ की सैलरी दे रहे हैं, लेकिन 5 बजे बंद करके चले जाए. ना इसका मकसद ये नहीं है हरगिज़ कहने का कि जी इतना बड़ा ब्रांच इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खोला जाए उस कैश को लेने के लिए, लेकिन इसका मकसद ये ज़रूर है कि आपके पास टेक्नोलॉजी सोल्यूशंस हों सच एज कैश डिपॉजिट मशीन्स जिनकी जिक्र हुआ कि वो कैश एक्सेप्ट कर सकें. दूसरा पॉइंट ये नवीद साहब ने कहा कि 7.3 मिलियन मर्चेंट्स के ऊपर पॉस लगी हुई है ईरान में. बिल्कुल ठीक है. एंड द रेस्ट ऑफ द नेबरिंग कंट्रीज़ में तकरीबन मिला जुला ही हाल है. हमारे पास नीलसन की रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक 5 मिलियन मर्चेंट्स हैं इस मुल्क में. मर्चेंट्स जो कि फॉर्मल इकॉनमी का हिसाब समझें हैं 5 मिलियन. उसमें से इन्होंने 124,900 दिखाए डिप्लॉयड पॉस एट द एंड ऑफ 2024. यूनिक अगर मैं निकालूं तो वो एस्टिमेट ये कि 90,000 से 1 लाख सिर्फ दुकानों पे डिजिटल एक्सेप्टेंस पॉइंट लगा हुआ है जहां पे ट्रेड या कॉमर्स की एक्टिविटी हो रही है. सो वेयर इज द इशू? इशू इज नॉट सो मच on the issuing side, issue is more on the acceptance or the acquiring side. कि हमने उस दूध दही वाले का जिसकी आप बात कर रहे थे, हमने उसको कभी डिजिटल एक्सेप्टेंस का पॉइंट दिया ही नहीं है. और आगे जब मैं अगली बात करूंगा तो और क्लियर हो जाएगा क्यों. चलते हैं आगे. हमारे पास आपने 92 मिलियन अकाउंट्स कहे, लगभग 60-62 मिलियन उनमें से लोगों के पास कार्ड्स हैं एज एन इंस्ट्रूमेंट. कार्ड्स एज एन इंस्ट्रूमेंट जिसमें ज़्यादातर 98% डेबिट कार्ड्स हैं, 2-1 मिलियन क्रेडिट कार्ड्स हैं, बट 60-62 मिलियन लोगों के पास कार्ड्स मौजूद हैं. अब आप ये तो इशूइंग का तो प्रॉब्लम पहले ही हल होता हुआ नज़र आ गया कि 60 मिलियन लोगों के पास अगर डिजिटल पेमेंट करने का तरीका मौजूद है, अब उनको वो 1 लाख खुशनसीब मर्चेंट ढूंढने होते हैं जहाँ पे पॉस लगी हुई है जिसके ज़रिए वो पेमेंट कर सकें. अच्छा, तो वो वही बेचारा कार्ड अपनी जेब में रख के आटा दाल दूध दही अंडे डबल रोटी प्याज लेने जा रहा है, बट पेमेंट नहीं कर सकता. चाहता है पेमेंट करना, उसकी जेब में कार्ड लगा हुआ है, आप सब भी जाते हैं ऐसी जगह पे, लेकिन नहीं कर सकते. सो फर्स्ट मार्कर कि अगेन इशू पॉइंट्स टुवर्ड्स एक्सेप्टेंस नेटवर्क. दूसरा, कोई 40 मिलियन के करीब लगभग एप्स हैं लोगों के पास. इसमें ज़्यादातर कॉमन ही होंगे, लेकिन एक्चुअली मैं गलत कह रहा हूँ, मैं ज़्यादातर कॉमन नहीं है. इसमें से लार्ज मेजॉरिटी ऑफ एप्स ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग प्लेयर्स के कस्टमर्स के पास है, और कुछ ब्रांच बैंकिंग यानी नॉर्मल बैंकिंग कस्टमर्स की एप्स भी हैं. बट वो एक एक्चुअली ये कॉमन नहीं है. आप इसको ऑलमोस्ट, बट पॉइंट नहीं है उनके पास उस पेमेंट को करने का, क्योंकि वो 1 लाख जगहों पे लगा हुआ है. सो अगेन प्रॉब्लम कहाँ आई है हमारी? एक्सेप्टेंस के ऊपर. फिर जब ये वजह है तो आपकी ज़्यादातर ट्रांजैक्शंस कैश में हैं. तो हम बेचारे कस्टमर्स को क्यों बोलते हैं, जबकि एक्सेप्टेंस नेटवर्क लगाना किसका काम है? इस कमरे में जो लोग बैठे हैं, हमारा काम है ना, गवर्नमेंट का काम है इसके ऊपर, ना किसी ने और से बाहर से आकर लगाना है, हमारा काम है. राइट. अच्छा, अब हमारा काम है तो अब हम लोग फिजिबिलिटीज़ निकालते हैं. वो लोग जो आप लोगों में से एक्सेप्टेंस या इशूइंग पार्ट ऑफ द बैंक हैं, उनको पता है यार $250 की डिवाइस है, ROI कितने दिनों में निकलेगा, MDR से पैसे बनाने हैं, फ्लोट इनकम तो ब्रांच को टैग हो जाएगी, तो मेरा तो धंधा ही नहीं चलेगा. आज भी ऐसे ही है. राइट. सो अगेन नीड ये है कि अब जब व्हेन दिस प्रॉब्लम इज अंडरस्टूड, सो कैशलेस इकोनॉमी ने कहा कि यार रूट कॉस्ट नज़र ये आता है कि एक्सेप्टेंस पॉइंट्स नहीं है, और सही था बेस्ड ऑन द स्टैटिस्टिक्स दैट आई जस्ट शेयर्ड विद यू. तो फिर उन लोगों को लगाते हैं KPIs के ऊपर जिस पे सबकी चीखें निकली हुई हैं, आजकल हर बैंक की निकली हुई हैं चीखें, जिसको टारगेट मिले हैं, किसी को 50,000 मिला है, किसी को 1.5 लाख मिला है, कि आपने 30 डे एक्टिव मर्चेंट्स लगाने हैं, डिजिटल एक्सेप्टेंस मर्चेंट्स लगाने। उन्होंने स्पेसिफाई नहीं किया है कि डिवाइस दें या नॉन डिवाइस दें, या QR हो या NFC हो या साउंड वेव्स के ज़रिए डिजिटल एक्सेप्टेंस हो, बस डिजिटल एक्सेप्टेंस होनी चाहिए और 30 डे एक्टिव होना चाहिए। ये आसान टारगेट नहीं है, और ये टारगेट इज गोइंग टू बी ड्रिवन वेरी हार्ड बिकॉज इज ड्रिवन राइट फ्रॉम द टॉप राइट नाउ। सो अब हमें ज़रूरत ये है एज इंडस्ट्री प्रैक्टिशनर्स कि हम वो तरीके ढूंढें जिसके ज़रिए हम क्विकली एंड देखें, ये पॉसिबल ही नहीं है ना कि आप आज 1 लाख मर्चेंट एक्सेप्टेंस पॉइंट्स पे थे, आपने 2 मिलियन पे पहुंचना है बाय जून 2026। सो अगर पिछले 60 साल में हम लोगों ने सबने मिलके 1 लाख पॉसेस लगाई तो हो ही नहीं सकता कि हम 1.9 मिलियन पॉसेस लगा दें। चलो उसमें से कुछ ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग प्लेयर्स का कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, लेकिन कम से कम 1 मिलियन पॉसेस तो लगानी पड़ेगी, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, राइट। सो वी हैव टू फाइंड collectively or individually solutions which are quick to deploy and which can facilitate these 100 million customers who are coming in today with a medium in their pockets by which they can make a digital payment. Right. So वही 60-62 million cards and बाकी 40 million की application. Now our mind should start thinking, okay, what can I deploy? In what way I can deploy so that these acceptances take place from the medium that is in the pocket of the customer. ठीक, अच्छा, फिर एक पॉइंट हाँ है, और ये बिल्कुल ठीक क्रिटिसिज्म था जो हम पर होता है कि यार डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन को आपने महंगा किया हुआ है एट द पॉइंट ऑफ सेल। सो और जो कैश है वो फ्री है, बिल्कुल ठीक बात है, एटलीस्ट अपेरेंटली फ्री है। कैश की एक कॉस्ट है, कैश की प्रिंटिंग कॉस्ट है जो स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पाकिस्तान एब्जॉर्ब कर लेता है, वो टेंस ऑफ बिलियंस ऑफ रुपीस की कॉस्ट है। मुझे नंबर एग्जैक्ट याद नहीं, मैंने देखी थी उनकी PNL में लास्ट ईयर जब छपी थी, 50-60 अरब रुपए की कॉस्ट है प्रिंटिंग की। फिर वो कैश की को रिप्लेस करने की कॉस्ट है, हमारे नोट्स जो है वो उसके नहीं है, पॉलीमर या प्लास्टिक के नहीं है, तो हर 2 से 2.5 साल में ख़राब हो जाते हैं। हम तो पान खा के भी नोट से पहुँचते हैं तो वो ख़राब हो जाते हैं, तो वो उसको रिप्लेस करते हैं, तो हर 2-2.5 साल के बाद ये कॉस्ट रिकर होती है। नई जो प्रिंट करनी है वो तो करनी है, फिर इसकी रिप्लेस करने की भी कॉस्ट होती है। एनीवे, फिर उसकी सेफ कीपिंग है, वो सारी कॉस्ट हैं। वो मिलान मुलू के एक दफ़ा किसी ने एस्टिमेट किया, और आई थिंक मुताहिर ने किया था, डेटा दरबार वाले ने, और बिल्कुल ठीक था, वो कोई 2.5% की कॉस्ट बनती है ऑफ कैरिंग कैश और एक्सेप्टिंग कैश। लेकिन जो अपेरेंटली, क्योंकि जब बैंकर जाता है और कहता है कि जी 1.5% आपको मैं MDR लूँगा, तो मर्चेंट कहता है कि भाई नहीं, ये तो महंगा है, और सही कहता है क्योंकि अपेरेंटली तो उसको ये नज़र आ रहा है ना, बाकी तो कॉस्ट वैल्यू चेन में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हुई है उसकी। तो फिर कहा गया कि भाई कैशलेस इकोनॉमी में इस प्रॉब्लम को कैसे सॉल्व करें। सो सबसे पहले तो जो वीज़ा एंड मास्टर कार्ड कम से कम स्कीम्स, रास्ट ने तो फ्री कर दिया, रास्ट चलो दोनों स्कीमों की बात कर लेते हैं। सबसे बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन इशूअर बैंक को जाता है, एक्वायरर को तो कम जाता है बेचारे को, और गेटवे को भी कम जाता है। सो एनीवे, ये भी कामयाब हो गए। तो अगेन मकसद ये है कि अब आपका टोटल MDR in the case of a QR payment, again the regulation does not specify किस acceptance method में लगाना है, लेकिन मैं आपको बता ये रहा हूँ कि अगर QR लगेगा आपका, तो उसमें आपका जो MDR है वो almost non-existent हो सकता है, 0.2 0.3 if at all। अगर कार्ड यूज हुआ, रास यूज हुआ तो कुछ भी नहीं है, यानी रास P2M के जरिए अगर हुआ तो कुछ भी नहीं है। ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट कैशलेस इकॉनमी ने फिर कहा कि ठीक है, मतलब जो थे उस कैलकुलेशंस का हिस्सा, उन्होंने एडवाइस किया कि इसको भी आप रिबेट दे दें। तो उन्होंने फिर अनाउंस किया हुआ है, और आप लोगों के पास अब स्टेट बैंक का सर्कुलर भी आ गया होगा कि ये जो 0.5% और अप टू मैक्सिमम लिमिट ऑफ 200 रुपीज़ पर ट्रांजैक्शन का MDR का रिबेट दिया जाएगा बैंकों को by the Ministry of Finance। विच मीन्स कि आपको इनकरेज किया जा रहा है कि आप इसको फ्री कर दें, इस MDR को, और ये 0.2 भी ना चार्ज करें, और इसको रीबेट ले लें गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, विच आई थिंक इज़ द फेयर थिंग. फिर जब ये सब हो गया, सो अब कुछ सेगमेंट ऑफ द कस्टमर, लेट्स से 100 मिलियन की तो मैंने बात कर ली, विच आई थिंक इज द लोवेस्ट हैंगिंग फ्रूट, एंड वी शुड ऑल फोकस ऑन दीज पीपल, बिकॉज अगर हम इस वक्त अगले 9 महीने में इशुएंस बढ़ाने के चक्कर में लग गए तो आई थिंक ये कम से कम टारगेट नहीं हो सकता. बट रिगार्डलेस इट बी अ मिस इफ आई डोंट टॉक अबाउट दोज कस्टमर्स जो अनदर एडल्ट, लेट्स से 50-60 मिलियन एडल्ट्स ऐसे हैं जो जिनके पास ये कोई मीडियम ही नहीं है. उसके लिए फिर बैंक और भी काम कुछ कर रहे हैं. कुछ लोग उनको ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग का अकाउंट खोल देते हैं, और कुछ लोग उनको अदर मेथड्स ऑफ पेमेंट्स इशू कर देते हैं, प्रीपेड कार्ड या अदर्स, ताकि उन लोगों को भी रियल टाइम में कन्वर्ट कर सकें फॉर पेमेंट. So I'll skip a few and I'll just go to the end. अच्छा, एक और कॉन्वर्सेशन है विच आई थिंक ये जो हमारे पेमेंट इनिशिएशन सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स, आई थिंक इज़ अ फैंटास्टिक इनिशिएटिव. DRBs हमारे आ चुके हैं, PISPs आ रहे हैं, बैंक्स जो कुछ डिजिटली एडवांस्ड हैं वो ऑलरेडी दे आर वर्किंग और एटलीस्ट ट्राइंग टू वर्क एज PISPs. PISP का कॉन्सेप्ट, फॉर दोज ऑफ यू आर अनफेमिलियर, इज़ के फ्रंट एंड पेमेंट ऐप PISP की हो सकती है, एंड PISP does not need to be a regulated entity, it can be an unregulated entity as long as it's registered with the central bank. तो कोई भी ऐप लॉन्च कर सकता है इस वक्त इस मुल्क में जस्ट थ्रू अ रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस विद स्टेट बैंक, और उसके ज़रिए पेमेंट वसूल कर सकता है और एज PISP, और उस पेमेंट वसूल करने के दौरान में उसको डिपॉजिट टेकिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, उसको अपने कस्टमर का अकाउंट होने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है. दे कैन डेबिट द अकाउंट ऑफ दैट कस्टमर वेयर एवर दैट अकाउंट एग्जिस्ट. बैंक अल्फला, UBL, हबीब बैंक, सुनहरी बैंक, विच एवर बैंक, दे कैन डेबिट इट. दिस इज़ व्हाट ओपन बैंकिंग इज़ फॉर PISPs. बट इसमें कुछ डिलिब्रेशंस हैं जो भी इंडस्ट्री की हो रही हैं कि इस सारे दौरान में जो चार्ज बैक, रिफंड एंड फ्रॉड्स की कुछ कॉन्वर्सेशन है, दे नीड टू बी क्लोज्ड बिफोर दिस हैपेंस. माय लास्ट कपल ऑफ पॉइंट्स आर, आप लोगों ने, कुछ लोगों ने खैर एंड रिजल्ट देखा हमने कि अब 2 लाख रुपए से ज़्यादा कैश ऑन डिलीवरी के ऊपर पाबंदी लग गई है. दिस व्हेन दिस फर्स्ट स्टार्टेड इट वाज वेरी स्मॉल नंबर, बट अगेन द थॉट प्रोसेस इज के ऑनलाइन मर्चेंट्स तो थोड़े से रेगुलेटेड हैं बिकॉज उसके अंदर वैल्यू चेन प्रोवाइडर्स आते हैं. कई दफ़ा पेमेंट गेटवेज आ जाते हैं, कई दफ़ा डिलीवरी कंपनीज आ जाती हैं. आपने देखा होगा कोरियर कंपनीज को विद होल्डिंग टैक्स एजेंट्स बना दिए अब कि कैश के ऊपर वो कलेक्ट करेंगे विद होल्डिंग टैक्स और काट के पैसे जमा कराएंगे ई-कॉमर्स मर्चेंट को. बट द थॉट प्रोसेस इज कि ऑनलाइन एंड ऑफलाइन बीइंग रिटेल, फिजिकल रिटेल, दे शुड नॉट बी एन आर्बिट्राज बिटवीन द टू. सो अब वो कम से कम कॉमन है दोनों का 2 लाख रुपए. उनको भी ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन मर्चेंट्स को कहा हुआ है कि 2 लाख से ऊपर की अगर पेमेंट एक्सेप्ट करोगे कैश में तो तुम अपने इनपुट टैक्स के अगेंस्ट उसको सेटल नहीं कर सकते. एंड लास्ट पॉइंट इज कि हमारी G2B एंड P2G इज़ अ ह्यूज ह्यूमंगस सेगमेंट, और वो भी काफ़ी हद तक कैश में था जो कि अब कन्वर्ट होना शुरू हो रहा है. वन सच थिंग यू गाइज मे हैव सीन इज़ कि सबसे पहले बिस्प से स्टार्ट किया इन्होंने, और बिस्प को पहले जो कैश में पेमेंट की जाती थी बेनिफिशरीज को, अब वो चेंज होके उनके अकाउंट्स में पेमेंट होएगी, और वो अकाउंट्स अनाउंस भी हो चुके हैं और उनमें पेमेंट्स आएगी inshallah. And other sari government functionaries are also converting. So for us, the key is, and which includes all the billers, everyone will come in, everyone would want कि मेरे बिल के ऊपर एक QR कोड होना चाहिए ताकि मेरी एक्सेप्टेंस भी डिजिटल के ज़रिए से हो और फिजिकल कैश के ज़रिए से कम हो. So in summary, if I summarize, the solution to the problem statement lies in this room. किसी ने आके हमारे थ्रोट के ऊपर कोई चीज़ छापी नहीं है कि आपको ये करना चाहिए, ये चीज़ हमें बहुत पहले कर लेनी चाहिए थी. to increase the digital acceptance points in the country when we have 100 million digitally enabled issuer side के customers who are able to make a payment. Shukriya Janab. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As always, you stated the facts and the initiatives we need to take to become the cashless economy of Pakistan. Next one, we have again a very well-known figure in financial sector, and he will talk on PayPak. He will talk on empowering Pakistan payments. Mr. Najib Agarwala, CEO and Director, One Link Limited. Mr. Najib, can we have on the stage?
Ji, Assalamu alaikum, all of you. And very interesting speech by Yahya. काफ़ी रिवीलिंग बातें की याहिया ने, और वो मैं ज़रा याहिया आपकी इजाज़त से ज़रा कैजुअल ज़्यादा तो जवाब पहले दे दूँ आपको कि, और मैं शायद एट द एक्सपेंस ऑफ रिपीटिंग माई सेल्फ एट सम फोरम, बट नेवरदलेस वो नासिर काज़मी का एक शेर है, और आपने तो बताया कि कार्ड्स इशू करते हुए तो हमने माशाल्लाह बड़ी तेज़ी रखी है, और हर बैंक और हर इशूअर कार्ड इशू कर रहा है. आपने फिगर भी दिया, एटलीस्ट 60 मिलियन का पॉपुलेशन है, और टच पॉइंट जो हैं वो 1 लाख और 50,000, जिसमें भी आपने बताया कि वो यूनिक जो हैं लाख मर्चेंट्स हैं. तो उन्होंने कहा था नए कपड़े पहनकर जाऊं कहाँ और बाल बनाऊं किसके लिए. तो हालात पाकिस्तान के जो ना वो यही, और जिस तरह आपने बिल्कुल सही लिमेंट किया कि इवन स्टेट बैंक जब इंटरवीन किया तो उसमें 50,000 पहुँच थे, अब लाख हो गए यूनिक, और चलें 1.5 लाख 1.25 लाख हो गए वैसे. तो कहानी तो यही है कि ये नहीं चलेगा. देयर हैज़ टू बी अ बेटर, चीपर एंड मोर फ्लेक्सिबल वे to go to the masses, and hopefully what you spoke about will help. So when Faisal साहब contacted us and I requested him कि मुझे आप इस दफ़ा मौका दें वनलिंक के बजाय अगर मैं पेपाक पे और उसकी कुछ डिसरप्शन पे बात कर पाऊँ, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली पेपाक के बारे में बहुत नॉलेज बेस है तो, लेकिन कभी कभार बहुत सारे डाउट्स क्रिएट होते हैं, और माशाल्लाह हमारे दोस्त भी बहुत हैं इंडस्ट्री में कि समटाइम्स जो अचीवमेंट्स हैं वो क्लाउड ओवर भी हो जाते हैं, और कभी कभार जो नहीं किया होता वो हमारे ज़िम्मे क्रेडिट मिल जाते हैं. तो थोड़ी सी मैंने मौका गर्दाना कि इन 10 मिनट में आपको थोड़ी सी ब्रीफिंग दे दूँ कि एक्चुअल सिचुएशन क्या है. सो वेरी क्विकली इफ़ आई कुड मूव इनटू द प्रेजेंटेशन. ओके, ज़रा सी जर्नी आपको पेपा की कि 2016 में एंड ऑफ 2016 स्टेट बैंक की रिक्वेस्ट पे वनलिंक को ये टास्क मिला था कि आप जो है डोमेस्टिक पेमेंट स्कीम पे काम करें, और पाकिस्तान बिकेम द 28वीं मुल्क इन द वर्ल्ड, विच वाज प्रीटी आई मीन एज एन अचीवमेंट काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग था कि 28वां मुल्क बन गया जिसने अपनी डोमेस्टिक स्कीम निकाली. आज 100 ऑड प्लस माइनस की कहानियाँ हैं, मुल्कों ने अपनी डोमेस्टिक स्कीम निकाल ली है. उसके बाद जी हमने चिप एंड पिन मैंडेट किया 2018 में. JCB और यूनियन पे 2 को बैच पार्टनर्स ढूंढे, और आज माशाल्लाह आउट ऑफ 14 मिलियन कार्ड्स 3 मिलियन कार्ड्स प्लस आर को बैच्ड विथ यूनियन पे. So that's a pretty strong journey to date, and mashallah now more banks are coming on to the co-badged bandwagon. डिफ़ॉल्ट पेमेंट स्कीम का सर्कुलर आया 2020 में, जो सर्कुलर और फाइलों तक महदूद रहा बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली हमें फुल सपोर्ट नहीं मिली, और आज भी इसको डिफ़ॉल्ट कार्ड बहुत कम बैंकों ने अडॉप्ट किया है. बट इट्स अ जर्नी, वी हैव टू फाइट ऑन एंड कम्पीट विद द बेस्ट. ये नहीं हो सकता कि मैंडेट के थ्रू ये काम हो. सो वी टर्न टू नॉट एक्चुअली एम्फसाइज दिस पॉइंट. 3D सिक्योर शुरू किया हमने 2022 में, और उसके बाद जो मेन अचीवमेंट था वो मास्टर कार्ड जब शुरू हुआ था तो दे डिड नॉट एग्री, बट 2023 में they agreed to work with us on a co-badged variant of the card in Pakistan. And obviously we launched our new branding or the there was a lot of interest from the regulator on actually expanding the base of PayPal. So there was a watershed year 2023 tha from many respects, and we started the journey on the acceptance side on e-commerce, which was a big sort of a black mark. और 2024 से MPGS, and thanks to Bank Al-Falah as the main obviously merchant bank, and then others also. अब तो जो भी मास्टरकार्ड की MPGS पे ओपन है वो बैंक्स अब पे पार्क एक्सेप्ट कर रहे हैं. सो 3,500 मर्चेंट्स ऑलरेडी हो गए हैं. HPL हमारे साथ है, और अब हम वीज़ा के साथ साइबर सोर्स पे इसकी खोलने की बात कर रहे हैं. दूसरा जो इंटरेस्टिंग है वो है पिंक और ग्रीन वेरिएंट्स of the PayPal कार्ड जो हमने लॉन्च किए. सो PayPal इज़ नाउ ग्रोइंग, इट इज़ नाउ मिच्योरिंग. मैं तो ये नहीं कहूँगा कि मिच्योर ब्रांड है, बट इट इज़ नाउ मिच्योरिंग इनटू वेरिएंट्स जिस तरह दूसरी स्कीम्स करती हैं. सो वी हैव अ लोअर एंड and a higher end variant, which I will be talking about shortly. Next slide, please. The story is not that bad actually. Every fourth card now in Pakistan is a PayPal, so which is a sort of a probably a little nugget of information most of you don't have. We have a 27% market share with regard to card issuance. 14 million cards हैं, 27% शेयर है. सारी जो इशूइंग एंटिटीज़ पाकिस्तान में इस वक्त वो हमें सपोर्ट करती हैं, कुछ कम और कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा. सो वी आर थैंकफुल टू आवर मेजर इशूअर्स जो जिसमें ज़्यादातर बड़े बैंक शामिल हैं. एंड वी नाउ हैव 6 ई-कॉमर्स एक्वायर्स. सो PayPal इज़ वेरी मच ऑन द प्लानट ऑफ ई-कॉमर्स ऑल्सो. इट्स जस्ट स्टार्टेड 2025 की बिगिनिंग से ये जर्नी शुरू हुई है. सो नंबर्स आर स्टिल पाइलिंग अप, लेकिन लॉन्ग वे टू गो. ATMs पे ऑब्वियसली 19,000 ऑलमोस्ट 20,000 ATMs पे 100% कवरेज है. पॉस मशीन जिस तरह अभी या ने जिक्र किया, और 3,500 हमारे पास MPGS के मर्चेंट्स हैं. बाकी 1,000 जो है वो दूसरे और जो हमारे पार्टनर्स हैं उनकी तरफ से. सो 4,500 का टोटल मर्चेंट बेस है. पेज डाउन. प्लान्स हमारे PayPal के लिए थोड़ी एक्साइटिंग है और होपफुली यहाँ पे पूरी इंडस्ट्री है. सो वी स्टार्टेड विद द स्टैंडर्ड PayPal, और उसके बाद हमने जो 2 काम किए वो एक पिंक वेरिएंट, एंड यू जस्ट सीन नेशनल बैंक का स्टॉल भी है. सो नेशनल बैंक हैज़ बीन द फर्स्ट बैंक टू अडॉप्ट द पिंक वेरिएंट, और इंशाल्लाह एक लेडीज़ कार्ड जिसमें लेडीज़ स्पेसिफिक बेनिफिट्स के साथ PayPal आ रहा है. सो वील बी लॉन्चिंग दैट. नेशनल बैंक हैज़ ऑलरेडी announced this, and the first PayPal from them, and there are at least 14 to 15 banks in the pipeline who have already signed up to issue the pink card. Similarly, we have a lower end variant, the green card, which is without the discounts and all, and it's a cheaper card for the banks. That's also available for the blue collar workers, etc. And then there's a very exciting proposition which is coming up, which is called PayPal Edge, and the Edge is going to provide absolute premium offerings for the premium Pakistani customer. So we are working on that, and we are going to eventually work on co-badging it also. And obviously we are now actively pursuing a PayPal credit card. So we're working with some of our banks to tailor a proposition which is going to be less capital intensive for the banks, but issue or allow them to issue a credit card which is totally domestic. Obviously, it will be lower limit card, and we will start this journey. We are looking at some microfinance banks also. So that's in the pipeline. Next slide, please. The good news is on the right side is that the PayPal के बारे में जो impression था कि e-commerce पे available नहीं है, that is one journey we have covered, and it is now very much on. We have the 6 acquirers, and we'll hopefully be adding CyberSource. And like I've told you, the issuers of PayPal are already ready for the e-commerce mandate. About 70% cards in Pakistan are already enabled from the issuing side. My request on this forum also is to those remaining 34% odd banks which have still not converted to the e-commerce issuing mandate. So please get your cards enabled on e-commerce. Next slide. The next big thing on the product side is that PayPal is now going to be tokenized. So that's an important journey. By the first quarter of next year, we'll be able to offer tap and pay on PayPal, and obviously a card on file also for PayPal. So those are the 2 major achievements which we will hope to announce to the industry by the end of the year, early next year. And we are also going to introduce pinless. We deliberately took this cautious step when we launched PayPal and not to give a pinless mandate in the beginning. But now that things are stable, we haven't had any major issues. It's a chip and pin card. So we are going to go for a pinless mandate for 3,000 rupees, which is in the works. 2 acquirers are ready and 16 issuers are working at it. So hopefully we'll be there very quickly. Next slide. So the last slide, obviously we want to talk about Pakistaniyat. We've just launched a new campaign, hopefully first in the Asia Cup, and then the major campaign will follow up. But we want to look into now credit cards, debit cards, prepaid and virtual cards. So please contact us if there are any plans at your end. We are looking obviously at the merchant side now, and I think Yahya spoke very eloquently on this one. And the tokenization is the next kid on the block. So we do plan to disrupt. We were building this sort of momentum right now, and I do acknowledge that sometimes things were under a wrap deliberately. But now the time has come to sort of make a statement and break free. And PayPal is very much on the horizon now. Thank you.
Thank you, Najib Sir, for the very comprehensive presentation, and PayPark is doing amazing, and we wish you all the best for your journey ahead. Next in, we have Mr. Fazal Razi Rahman, Director Professional Services, Middle East and Africa, Diebold Nextdorf, and the topic for his presentation is Transforming Trust, Digital Banking and the Customer Experience Evolution. He's here from all the way from UAE. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. It has been 4 years after back in Karachi. Pleasure is all mine, and thank you for you all. I've been given a strict instruction and a counter that I have to finish within 10 minutes. The counter already started, so let's see. So let's start the journey. I mean, again, I don't have to speak much about it. Banking is all about trust, and you people are better judges and the trustees of this organization. The channel which I have chosen, I mean, the topic is digital transformation, and the channel which I have chosen is, again, it's one of the channel for the digitization, which is the self-service industry. Self-service channel itself, and why this is chosen? Because this is the channel which your customers and your non-customers, which can become your customers, also uses. So this is one of the channel that everyone uses, which is, be it ATM, be it other channels within your branch. The successful customer, the successful financial institutions, I'll share some of the examples which have done, digitalization, started with small use cases. Okay. The successful customer, now what they're doing, they have chosen customer journeys as their, successful use cases. Now they're working towards personalized customer journeys. And what personalized means, no more mass marketing, because this becomes some sort of a nuisance for the end customer. I want to have a personalized, offer for me, personalized agent for me, talking to me for my personal needs. I no more want a mass marketing where everybody is calling me to take a credit card, and when I become interested, oh, sir, your limit is not that high, we cannot do. And this is basically a reverse migration that we talked about in the digital journey world. Reverse migration, you spend a lot of amount of money and investment in 2004 and 6. This digital transformation is nothing new. Everyone was talking about since 2000. Somebody started with small use cases of deposits and recycling since 2004. But some of the other financial institutions who wanted to start, didn't start it right, saw reverse migration, where the investment was gone. The customer, instead of using these channels, moved back to the conceptual channel, which was the branches. So let's move ahead. From my perspective, what I have seen, the 5 golden rules for an efficient service delivery. I'll not go into the details of each and every channel again, but I will touch base important elements. We can discuss. We will be here during the breaks. We can discuss all these, in details if you want. The first one is fulfilling customer needs. I mean, again, this is the whole discussion about how effectively now in this digital era, what next you can do to improve the customer experience and the customer journey. Again, data is very important, and how you process that data into information, and that information is translated into a meaningful interaction is the key of this customer fulfillment in the needs. Wide range of services. Again, as a customer, if I'm being a customer, I need services which are readily available, which are launched in the market. I mean, one of the key things of transformation is time to market. If that time to market is 2 years to bring a service to an I will never go to that bank. So wide range of services is the key demand of basically, any customer. How we as an organization fulfill that, this is basically, how we want to work on it. User experience. Again, we are talking about AI in banking, and AI is not new. I mean, the naming AI is given, recently, but this technology from the past 12 years, 15 years have been worked upon. I'll give you an example of a bank in Australia. 6 years back, they hired around 50 or 60 professionals for AI. They built 64 use cases, and majority of those use cases to utilize AI capability was all internal use cases. Some of them were for the customers, but most of them were for the internal use cases. And one of the use cases, after 4 years, they have launched. One of the use cases was that if a customer who is using my channel gets a bad experience, a transaction is declined, or whatever thing happens, within 10 seconds, I have to get back to that customer with an email, with a letter, with a consolidance, with all those data combined together, tell him, sorry, this happened, we know about it, we are working on it. Instead of going to the LinkedIn channels and the customers complaining, stuff like that. One of that example of, how customer experience and journey can be enhanced using generative AI, they did that. LLM cases also, where your loan applications today, the biggest profitable channel for a bank is for lending, the loans. Or if a loan takes 3 days or 4 days for a customer who is already eligible, why? Because the manual process is so long that, to read all those contextual information and data, it takes long. So again, the same bank implemented LLM models to validate all that information and get the approval within 1 hour. If the customer is already basically approved, get them out of it within 1 hour. SNB centric. Again, we talked about, sir just mentioned about the deposit motion. So deposit is not new in Pakistan. It's new market. It's new. But deposits in Middle East, where the gentleman just mentioned where I belong from, 2001 we started deposit. Pakistan also 2006, one of the bank tried. It didn't work because there was no push and there was no basically proper use case behind it. But now it's very successful. But what next? Now 750 deposit, if I heard 20,000 machines, 750 deposits. What next? Deposit, of course, your main segment for deposit is small, medium enterprise and business where they come, and in the Middle East also, the rest of the world also, after branch hour closes, people bring with lots of bag of cash and coins. I'm not sure if coins are here or not. Or they want some, till cash at the end of the day, where you want to have 100 notes of 500 notes of this, you exchange and you get the till cash for the next day to open. So this is the type of, the business, the deposit. But now what we are doing is only deposit, okay? We are not recycling it. So the next stage is, and this is what I'll be discussing later on as well. So we started with dispense, 20,000 machine dispensers, we are there. Central bank minted, deposit 25%, which is at the moment 7. What next after deposit? Of course, the world is moving towards recycling because one dead cash versus another dead cash. I mean, ATM cash is a dead cash, which is lying in the ATM. Deposit is a dead cash again. So how effectively you can utilize that cash is basically about recycling, which I'll be talking about. The next wave where the industry, it's a self-service industry, in order to facilitate the end customer is moving is towards recycling. Okay? And how effectively recycling can help, if the time permits, the counter is on, I will tell you. But very quickly, one of the other pillars, the first pillar is the user experience, usage of AI internally. First, we have to clean the house, then we can have the customer experience enhanced and personalized customer experience. Second is how the self-service, because every financial institution, not over here, but elsewhere also, is basically, returning about cost, the infrastructure cost that is required to maintain a branch. And what is branch doing today? Branch is not doing much that a self-service channel cannot do. 95%, and this is what study we have done with one of the branch, that 95% of the transactions which are done in a branch by a teller can be automated through this channel. Be it foreign exchange, be it, whatever transactions you may say, everything can be done. Even we are doing, I'll give you an example in Middle East. Now we call, we have basically self-service technology. Our partners can basically brief you about it, where we are opening an account also, a digital account. Within 5 minutes, a non-banking customer can become your customer within 5 minutes with all the KYC done, with everything done, with a ready debit card issued, a checkbook issued, instantly on the spot, which can be used immediately. Okay, so this is the journey that we have done, and they have, we'll go into the details of that. But before going over there, how technology can help you in, in reducing your overheads, the cost of the, the overall infrastructure of having the flagship branches or the, large branches, towards where we are going towards moving now is on the right side, where the digital branches or the self-service or the remote ATMs are basically coming into picture. Some of the examples that we have done along with the, with the FIs in the world of, US, Europe, Asia, and Middle East as well. One of the example, again, in Middle East, the banks are now moving towards, a mall location where access of everyone is easier, and this can become their identity also. Because one of the example in Netherlands, ING, if you may have heard, of course you've heard, the CDO was saying that they were so successful in digitalization that they closed all their branches, but now their problem is that they don't have any touch point for their end customer. Their end customer cannot feel what the bank offers to them. So there are plus and minuses, so there has to be basically, a middle way around. So this is a model branch that we created with one of the, our customers or FI in Middle East, where you have everything in the smallest footprint. Again, the objective of a branch is to have whatever a customer comes in, he has, his necessity needs to be addressed. So again, the area, I'll not go into the details, we can discuss, we have booths over there, how a customer, if a non-customer with 1 meter greeter only and a queuing system, if a customer is a non-banking customer, he can become a customer in a specific area where those kiosks are there to address it. Self-service is there, recycling, deposits, with a very small footprint, how it can be managed. Teller migration within a branch, if you want to migrate, because one of the biggest, nowadays, if you go into Middle East or anywhere, the tellers are no more basically, standard cash takers. They have become sellers, okay? Because, they're so expensive just to take cash and deposit into account. So their primary role is now from, they have enhanced their portfolio from becoming a normal teller to sellers. So this is where the teller basically can do multiple roles, where he can be a seller as well as, along with it, if a customer requires to do a deposit, in a standard normal ATM or a recycler that you have, he can pre-stage a transaction and can go with a token and he can deposit himself. So there is no need of physical tails or physical cash, no more required in a branch with a teller. So everything is managed through these ATMs, which are already industry certified safes. Okay, can go into the details of that. And this is the bank, Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank, where we have launched around 45 main services, and then there were 145 sub-services, where starting from a loan application, instant loan application, instant approval for loan application through AI processing within 5 minutes, instant checkbook instant account opening, all those blacklisting, dedupe, all those checks, AMLs, everything done within 5 minutes. Account is opened, card is dispensed, and they have deployed this in everywhere in UAE. If you go to Abu Dhabi airport, they call it as a branch. You go there, you start a transaction, a virtual teller, an AI teller will be there who will access your information or requirement, and if there is a need or a base, it will transfer to a call center agent. Okay. Smallest footprint, again, the reason to display this only is the reason that, with the smallest footprint and the highest capacity and the requirement of that innovation that you need with the branches innovation, the DN series has the highest capacity with the smallest footprint in order to operate within this model. This is very important. I will go into the details that very quickly because the time is up and it is showing me red and blinking, though I am only on the second part of the journey. Recycling, very important topic. Recycling is now coming in Pakistan. I think it is enabled, but in the world it was since 2006. In my area, at least, we enabled recycling. And recycling, what it did, I have a customer in Dubai's Gold Souk, if you may know. He's just putting 100 notes in the cassette. Rest, it is from the recycling, it is for the full day, it is getting basically processed, the transactions and the data, everything. All the regions, if you see over here, going with the recycling, every second machine which is sold is a recycler. Why? Because standard dispense functionality, no one requires in Middle East or in the world. Deposit, yes, but the deposit has to recycle. Because standard deposit is what? Again, you have a dispense which is lying with a dead cash, deposit which is lying with another dead cash. So in order to maximize that cash, recycling is basically there. And we can talk about recycling and the technology, and very quickly giving you some example. Again, it is flashing now pink rather than red. The time is up. So the recycling is not that, I'm not sure if it is a myth or whatever the understanding. From day one, you can use it as a dispense or you can use it as a deposit. You do not need to do a recycling unless you are ready. By ready, what I mean is that recycling you cannot enable recycling over here. If there is a machine over here in PC, which is doing a dispense or a deposit, it cannot do recycling. Simple reason is there is no capacity, there is no demand. So recycling is where there is 60% and a 40% ratio of dispense and deposit. This is where it will basically sustain itself with the less CIT visit, with less basically requirement of cash, self-operatable, self-sustainable machine. And this is where the capacity I'm talking about, that the banks which started with, deposit with the cassette configuration. Again, it's a configuration. You can have 2 cassette dispense, 2 cassette deposit, 1 cassette recycling. It's all upon you and it's all upon the data that I discussed. It can be configured easily. You can use it for all dispense, you can use it for all deposit, or you can have it recycling. But the next wave, 4 years back, as I said, when I came, I talked about deposit, and deposit is now very, going smoothly in Pakistan. The next wave has to be recycling, because again, the financial institutions, the bankers will realize that we had a dead cash, which is the ATM. We had a dead cash now, which is in deposit. What to do next? So I think it's time now that we have to think about how we can utilize this cash, in a better way. Some of the examples of the countries where recycling is already enabled. I was hearing yesterday an argument, the quality of Pakistani note is not very good. So I just, gave an example that, in some of the countries where recycling is enabled, Pakistani currency is like a gold. So there are countries where there are much more worse, quality of the notes. And, deposit is based on algorithm, A, B, C, D side. And you can, believe me if you're not, that there is a central bank, state bank, in one of the part of the, my region, that if you see a denomination, a specific version, it will have different sides of different stuff. So one thing tilted right, one thing tilted left. So even, the synergy between the notes is not there, but still recycling is, the quality of recycling and algorithm is proving that the technology works in the extreme scenarios as well. So basic point, again, one of the, trends there is recycling, along with the, the AI examples. They are much more based on the time. I cannot go into the details, but now why recycling? Because 30% of self-service terminal, again, as I mentioned, not everything can be basically recycle enabled, because it depends on locations, it depends on demographics, it depends how the customer uses it. 9 out of 10, very important point, when you deposit, what is recycling? What you deposit comes out. So what we have observed, that 9 out of 10, what the notes were deposited, 9 can come out, 1 goes to reject, which is 90% ratio. which is very good. And 90%, 91% consumers say they are completely satisfied with the ATM that they don't allow denomination selection. So what is denomination selection? Today in an ATM, you have 5,000, 1,500, I don't know, 100 cassette. Denomination selection is like what we do in Middle East, that if I want to go to a bank, I want a 5,000 dirhams, I will be able to choose the denomination I want. I want 50, I want 100, I want 500, and I want whatever number of notes of 1,000 it will calculate. It will not give me its standard switch algorithm. But that is not possible in standard ATM. That is possible only in recycling, because if you do it in normal ATM, your machine will be cashed out with single cassettes easily. I will not go into the details. Again, time is up. This is the third rule. But very important in this one is that whatever basically technology we are using behind the self-service channel, we have to make sure that the compliance is at the utmost. It's not an option anymore. It's a requirement, it's a necessity. We should not opt for something, I mean, important thing, I'm sure that we are looking after all these frauds and statistics which are happening. Today, the physical frauds are becoming less and less. Yeah. The ethical hacking or the internal hacking is basically much more on the rise. Very important thing is that the applications or the drivers behind this technology are industry standards that follow a standard. Those are mandated by the governing bodies like PCI, CEN, all those. We should not compromise on that, because this is where the important part comes into picture, that from the compliance perspective, we are always ready, we are always ahead. I'm not going to the details. It is sustainability, again, very last topic. Cost reduction. I mean, this is one of the global goals that has been given to all, multinational, and I think in Pakistan also it is basically there. And just want to highlight how deboard next of machines helps you in, this sustainability goal. We use LED technology. We use technology which you can configure. Like, for example, in mall hours, the working hours are morning till 6 o'clock or 10 o'clock. After that, it goes to sleep mode. Sleep mode is not, it's shut down. It goes to sleep mode just like your laptop does, to save energy. CIT visits reduction. CIT visit reduction meaning that we have the highest capacity, so less carbon emission from the CIT or the people who are coming to the machine and, replenishing it. I would have gone into the details if this time's up, would have gone to, 4 times more red. But this is what I believe, in future of digital banking, the focus now is basically towards personalized customer experience. And the financial institution, which I talked about, 6 years they worked on all this, and after 6 years, they just introduced 4 use cases which are in production. Thank you.
Thank you, Fazal Saab, for a very detailed presentation. And the golden rule, fulfilling the customer needs, I'm sure if Diebold is focusing on that, so you'll do amazing things in future. Next in is someone who is the architect of Pakistan's AI policy, and recently it has been approved by the Cabinet of Pakistan as well. The topic of his presentation is Pakistan AI policy and how it affects the financial industry. I would like to call upon Mr. Dr. Anil Salman, Chair Economic Security, Islamabad Policy Research Institute. Dr. Anil Salman.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning. And it is always good to be back in Karachi. One point that my presentation will be a little bit different, that I won't be using any PowerPoints. I'll be just talking about the journey of AI policy formation in Pakistan, and how it is related and how it is going to change the banking scenario. But before I start talking about the promises of artificial intelligence in finance, let us remind ourselves about some of the truths. And the first and the foremost truth is that banking is one of the most regulated industries in the world. Every new model must pass through the strict filters of compliance, security, and governance. So innovation in banking is never unconstrained. Number two, yet the industry is relentless in its pursuit of customer experience, as we have just heard the last presentation. From faster transactions to personalized services, every innovation ultimately comes down to improving the lives of customers. The third part, and it has already been discussed, that banking is built on trust. And customers do not simply deposit their money, they entrust their security, their life saving, and their future. Most of the banking interactions are very much relational. The reassurance of a familiar banker, the judgment of a loan officer, the advice of a bank manager, these human connections are the fabric of banking. My fifth cardinal is that with great power comes great responsibility. The ability to deploy artificial intelligence at a scale can give banks extraordinary power, but also magnifies the duty to use it ethically and transparently. And the last one, that AI is interim, competitive advantage, not a permanent one. Every adopter will lead, but competition will quickly catch up. The two will not come from the technology, but it is going to weave the banks who are going to bring in artificial intelligence with trust, culture, and strategy. Now let me tell you how I see the future of banking. Imagine this: a woman in Karachi applies for a small loan in midnight. There's no branch, no paperwork, no waiting in line. An AI system scans her history, her digital footprint, her market signals, and approves her loan before she finishes the cup of tea. This is not the future. This is already happening. Artificial intelligence is no longer a lab experiment. It is approving loans. It is preventing fraud in milliseconds. It is personalizing financial advice at scale. And it is actually rewriting the DNA of banking. Worldwide, if you look at AI, the numbers are staggering. AI-driven underwriting could alone save banks $31 billion a year by 2030. Fraud detection powered by AI has cut false positives by 20%, and underwriting cycles once 7 days, now it takes 2. McKinsey tells us that banks using multi-agent AI systems are not tinkering at the edges. They are rewriting the entire workflows, from compliance to collections. And the reward? Banks adopting AI report 70 to 80% of the incremental value concentrated in a just handful of domains. Well, this year in July 2025, Pakistan launched its first national AI policy. And ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is the 4th country in South Asia having its first AI policy. And this is not just a document. It is a runway for transformation. And what the policy is about, the core vision of this policy is economic inclusion. And economic inclusion comes with the financial inclusion. The policy is based on 6 pillars, and each pillar connects directly, if I decipher it, with the banking. The first pillar talks about the innovation ecosystem, funding fintech sandboxes, accelerating AI-based credit scoring. The second pillar is awareness and readiness, training a generation of bankers who speak both finance and machine learning. The third pillar is secure ecosystem, that is protecting banks from cyber attacks, embedding explainable AI in risk models. The fourth one is transformation and evolution, which talks about the public and private partnerships to bring AI into payments, remittances, and microfinance. The fifth pillar is AI infrastructure, high-performance computing that cuts risk simulations from weeks to hours. And the last one is international partnerships, that talks about linking Pakistan's financial institutions to the global AI research, standards, and markets. This is the bridge between the vision and the action. The runway is there, the jet is banking. Now let me pause and ask you one simple question. There's an old Greek philosophy about the ship of Theseus. It goes like this. Imagine a wooden ship. Over time, the planks of the ship begin to rot. So one by one, they are being replaced. And after many years, every single plank has been replaced. Now here is the puzzle. Is it still the same ship, or is it the new one, when every plank, wooden plank of that ship has been replaced? The question has puzzled philosophers for centuries, and that's why even today we call it as the Theseus paradox. When the customer service is replaced by artificial intelligence, when the fraud detection is replaced by AI, when underwriting, compliance, and even investment advice is replaced by AI, at what point is it still the same bank? And then the deeper question, who will steer this ship? Will it be the bankers, fintechs, regulators, or someone else entirely? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the true challenge in front of us. 79% of the Pakistanis still remain unbanked. Billions are lost each year to fraud and inefficiency. But AI adoption at scale could add $100 billion to our GDP by 2030. Picture the possibilities. AI-powered advisors offering farmers in Multan crop loans aligned with soil and weather data. Fraud detection that stops cyber criminals before a transaction is complete. Compliance systems that generate real-time reporting instead of months of paperwork. But here is the warning. The race has already started. Those who adopt will lead, and those who wait are left behind. If Pakistani banks hesitate, fintechs and foreign players will capture the market. If regulators stall, innovations will migrate somewhere else. This is not a 5-year debate. This is a 5-year window. So I say to you, bankers, policymakers, fintech leaders, and educators, this future is not guaranteed. It depends upon choices that we're going to make today. Bankers invest boldly in AI adoption. Policymakers build agile and enabling regulations. fintech leaders innovate with inclusivity at heart, and educators skill our youth so they are not users of AI but builders of that. If we act with courage and vision, then the banks of tomorrow is not just manage money. They will manage trust, opportunity, and prosperity. The runway is built, the engines are ready, the ship has been rebuilt. The question is, who will captain it or let others to steer our destiny? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for your speech. And I'm sure आने वाले वक्तों में जैसे जैसे और AI का boom आता रहेगा, you will keep playing your crucial role. Next in, we have Mr. Kabir Naqvi, entrepreneur in residence, Abhi Fintech UAE, who will be delivering his presentation on digital banking in the microfinance space. Thank you, Kabir Saab, for coming all the way from UAE for this summit. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning and Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Total Communications, for giving us the opportunity to be part of the conference. And hello to my colleagues and the brilliant founders of Abhi who are sitting in the audience today. So today, a lot has been said since morning कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर financial exclusion कितनी ज़्यादा है, हमें किस तरह के solutions की ज़रूरत है. So I wanted कि आज मैं थोड़ा सा different perspective आपके साथ share करूं क्योंकि I think we all are quite aware of the why. कि हम यहाँ पे क्यों हैं और हमारा मिशन क्या है collectively as bankers or financial services providers. It's important that we talk about the how part also. You know, अगर आप microfinance की बात करते हैं तो usually people get bogged down by the term micro. Micro से जहन में आता है छोटा लोन या छोटा सारिफ. But अगर आप अपने मुल्क के population के cross sections करें और उसको देखें, so इस वक्त जैसे अभी मेरे से पहले अदनान साहब ने कहा कि जी हमारे कुछ 79% एक्सक्लूजन है, फाइनेंशियल एक्सक्लूजन है, और ऑब्वियसली हम चाहते हैं कि फाइनेंशियली लोग इंक्लूड हों, मगर तजर्बा मेरा भी ज़्यादातर ज़िंदगी एज अ प्रैक्टिशनर गुजरी है माइक्रो फाइनेंस स्पेस में, वो ये कि विदाउट सोशल इंक्लूजन फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन नहीं हो सकती. इट इज़ ओनली व्हेन यू गेट आउट ऑफ कराची, लाहौर, इस्लामाबाद, टियर 2 सिटीज़ एंड गो डाउन वेयर द रबर मीट्स द रोड, यू रियलाइज़ कि आपका सारिफ कौन है. और बैंकिंग में पर्टिकुलरली हम बात शुरू ही करते हैं नो योर कस्टमर से. सो आज मैं थोड़ा सा आपकी तवज्जो अपने सारिफ की तरफ ले जाने की कोशिश करूंगा और किस किस्म के इदारों की ज़रूरत है पाकिस्तान में कि जो कि सस्टेन कर सकें और स्केल कर सकें. वाई? बिकॉज आप देख रहे हैं हमारी पॉपुलेशन की भी बात हुई, यंगर 65% पीपल आर लेस देन द एज ऑफ 34, वी आर सिटिंग ऑन अ यूथ बल्ज, but 26.6 million children are out of school, 40% of agri-produce goes to waste, and I can go on and on with some depressing stats also that we all collectively have to fix. Now, तो why तो बड़ा clear है, और ये कुछ मैंने numbers लगाए जो आप सब मुझसे बेहतर जानते हैं कि कितने हमारे assets हैं banks के, Islamic banks के, microfinance banks के, but और इनेबलर हमारे पास क्या मौजूद है कि जब आप चैनल्स की बात करते हैं तो उसमें सबसे पहले जिक्र जाता है जो पाकिस्तान ने बड़े इफेक्टिवली कर लिया है कि टेलीकॉम सेक्टर हैज़ डन वेरी वेल इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्वायरिंग क्लाइंट्स ओवर द इयर्स. नाउ so I'll use an analogy here. So I'm a big fan of the historian Neil Ferguson, who's a professor at Harvard. He wrote a book around 12 years ago. उसमें उन्होंने एक analogy use की थी killer apps की. बुक का नाम था सिविलाइजेशन, कि जी आपको क्या क्या एप्स जो हैं अगर डाउनलोड करने की ज़रूरत है in order to have an effective civilization or growth. I'm using the same analogy, you know, if you see on the slide, you know, using the cell phone as the enabling regulatory environment, we need sustainable, scalable institutions, जिसके बारे में बात मेरे ख्याल से ज़्यादा होनी चाहिए. And I'll weave this into the why part. Why? इस वक्त पाकिस्तान के अंदर सबको पता है कि जो कमर्शियल बैंकिंग सेक्टर है उसका फोकस जो है ऑब्वियसली लार्जर क्लाइंट्स, कॉर्पोरेट्स, हाई नेटवर्थ इंडिविजुअल्स एंड एसएमईज के ऊपर भी है, मगर बल्क ऑफ द पाकिस्तानीज हैव बीन एक्सक्लूडेड. और सुबह याया ने जिस तरह कहा कि 10 ट्रिलियन से, इट्स डिप्रेसिंग बिकॉज जब हम इस स्पेस में आए थे और हमने ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग, स्टेट बैंक ने बड़ा ब्रेव मूव लिया था कि लाइसेंस लॉन्च किया पाकिस्तान में बैंक लेट, विच वाज द फर्स्ट इन द वर्ल्ड, तो कोई ये 5 से 6 ट्रिलियन रुपए की बात होती थी कि जो बैंकिंग सेक्टर से बाहर है, लोगों के तकियों में, गल्लों के नीचे पड़ा हुआ है। आज सुबह ये नंबर फिर 9 ट्रिलियन का नंबर मुझे याद है, व्हेन आई वाज प्रैक्टिसिंग हियर इन पाकिस्तान अंटिल 2 years ago, और आज वो 10.5 ट्रिलियन का नंबर इन्होंने, जबकि कितने इंस्टीट्यूशंस और आए, कितने वॉलेट्स और खुल गए, कितने ज्यादा कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट और हो गई, बट कैश जो आउटसाइड ऑफ द सेक्टर है, प्रोडक्टिव सेक्टर है, उसका नंबर अनफॉर्चुनेटली बढ़ रहा है। सो नजर ये आता है कि प्रॉब्लम का जो हजम है वो हमारे से ज्यादा तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। इसके लिए जो हाउ पार्ट है, दिस इज माय पर्सनल व्यू एंड सम ऑफ यू मे शेयर इट, यू नो, एंड देन वी कैन ऑब्वियसली टॉक मोर अबाउट इट, कि हमें इदारों की जरूरत है जो कि सस्टेनेबल और स्केलेबल हों। जब आप माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशंस या बैंक्स की बात करते हैं, अगर मैं बैंक्स ले लूं तो मुल्क में इस वक्त 12 माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक्स हैं। जनरली आप सुनते हैं कि इनकी कैपिटलाइजेशन लेवल्स लो हैं, इनके पास जो है फंडिंग के जनरली कंस्ट्रेंट्स रहते हैं, स्पेशली दी नॉन बैंक्स। और अगर आप सारिफ मौजूद है, डिमांड मौजूद है, आप उस तक पहुंचेंगे कैसे और आप सस्टेनेबली ग्रो कैसे करेंगे? सो इन हियर व्हाट आई हैव ट्राइड टू डू कि इन ऑर्डर टू बिल्ड एनी सस्टेनेबल इंस्टीट्यूशन, किसी भी इदारे की आप बात कर लें, तो आपको कुछ प्री रेक्स हैं जिसकी जरूरत है, जिसके बारे में बात कम होती है। वी टॉक अबाउट द बिग पिक्चर कि इतने मिलियन क्लाइंट्स हो जाने चाहिए, हमें जो है मर्चेंट्स ऐड कर देने चाहिए, हमें कार्ड्स और कर देने चाहिए, हमें और एक्वायर कर लेने चाहिए, दैट्स फाइन। बट वो इदारे किधर हैं जो कि इस तरह पॉइज्ड हैं कि वो रीच करें और लोगों को लेके आएं और उनकी नीड्स को समझें? सबसे पहले कैपिटलाइजेशन। कैपिटल के ऊपर, विदाउट गेटिंग टू टेक्निकल, देयर आर मल्टीपल फॉर्म्स ऑफ कैपिटल्स। इन माय पर्सनल व्यू, there should be a layering in the capital structures of these financial institutions. We just go to the shareholder every time. Growth के लिए हम बार-बार repeatedly shareholders के पास जाते हैं. There is a limit. There is a finite limit any shareholder will be willing to invest, especially when you're perceived to be serving the riskier client. Now I'm using the term perceived. क्यों? जो आपका माइक्रो फाइनेंस का सारिफ है, जब आपके रिस्क मैनेजर्स अर्बन सेंटर्स में बैठते हैं, वो कहते हैं इसकी तो इनकम प्रॉक्सी बनानी पड़ेगी, इसकी ना सैलरी स्लिप है, ना इसके पास जो है कोई डॉक्यूमेंटेशन है, ना ऑडिटेड अकाउंट्स हैं, इसको हम पैसे कैसे दे दें और ये कल भाग गया तो क्या होगा? नाउ अगर आप इस पर रिसर्च करें और पाकिस्तानी मार्केट को भी देख लें, बारिंग द सर्कमस्टांशियल डिफॉल्ट जो कि पोस्ट कोविड या बिब्लिकल फ्लड्स जो आए थे 23 में, उसको अगर आप साइड पे करें, थोड़ी देर के लिए डिवोर्स करें, the NPL ratios have been fantastic over the last 25-30 years, because जो छोटा सारिफ है, जो प्रोडक्टिव लोन लेता है, वो बड़ी दयानतदारी से अपना पैसा, चाहे वो फार्मर है, रिटेलर है, इस्तेमाल करके पैसे वापस करता है। मसला किधर आता है कि आप इस वक्त 25 से 30 साल ये काम करने के बाद जो सेक्टर है वो 12 मिलियन लोन्स दे चुका है, सिर्फ 12 मिलियन लोन्स। एक बंदे ने 2 या 3 लोन भी लिए हुए हैं। सो इफ यू पील द अनियन, the total number of clients that the sector is serving, छोटे सारिफ की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, is maybe 3 million, 3.5 million still. उसके बाद let me make it more interesting for you. आप अगर घर में चले जाएं तो एक हाउस होल्ड में 5 से 6 लोग हैं, अगर 3 ने लोन लिए हैं और 3 लोन ईच लिए हैं, so maybe we are now serving only maybe less than 1 million households in Pakistan. I'm talking about microcredit. So we haven't touched even the tip of the iceberg. जरूरत क्या है? जरूरत यह है कि हमें ऑब्वियसली सस्टेनेबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस की जरूरत है। अगर मैं बैंक्स की बात कर लूं, इट्स ईजियर टू स्केल बैंक्स देन नॉन बैंक्स ऑब्वियसली रिगार्डिंग बिकॉज ऑफ द फंडिंग कंस्ट्रेंट्स, एंड वो लंबी डिस्कशन है कि क्यों है कंस्ट्रेंट्स। आप डिपॉजिट ले सकते हैं, बोरो कर सकते हैं। बोरोइंग के अंदर भी अनफॉर्चुनेटली इस सेक्टर में कोई बहुत ज्यादा नोवल आइडियाज लोगों ने इस्तेमाल नहीं किए। यू कुड डू कैपिटल मार्केट्स, हम कहते हैं ड्राई है, PPTFCs, प्राइवेटली प्लेस्ड, रिटेल, there are different forms of capital, additional capital, preference shares. इससे डिबेट कम होती, बात कम होती। इनफैक्ट अगर आप देखें बैलेंस शीट्स, जो लेंडर्स हैं उनकी बैलेंस शीट्स के ऊपर भी क्वाइट कोशर, बिल्कुल प्लेन किस्म की ट्रांजैक्शन पड़ी हुई है। सिंडिकेशन होगी, बायलैटरल लेंडिंग होगी, एंड दैट्स दैट। सो हमने रियली एक्सप्लोर नहीं किया कि हम ये जो फंडिंग है, ये सोर्सेज किस तरह से ओपन अप करें फॉर दीज इंस्टीट्यूशंस टू रियली गेट टू स्केल। थर्ड थिंग, आई स्पोक अबाउट द फ्लड एंड कोविड, एंड खुदा न खास्ता कोई और नेचुरल आफत आ जाती है। इस वक्त अपने तजुर्बे से हम बताते हैं आपको कि हम एट अभी ग्रुप जस्ट is going through a metamorphosis. We acquired a microfinance bank and with a branchless banking license, but primarily हम gold backed lending कर रहे हैं इस environment में। And interestingly, in this part of the world, there is a lot of gold. Even the poorest of the poorest household, जहाँ dead asset पड़ा हुआ है, उसको monetize कर रहे हैं, उसको safe keeping भी हो रही है, उसके पैसा available हो रहा है और वो grow कर रहा है। अभी फ्लड्स आए हुए हैं, अगर आपके पास recourse नहीं है, again you'll see कि there will be government bailout packages, again you'll see and we'll go through a dip and then the growth will stop. So these cycles will continue, so the banks have to help themselves. These institutions have to help themselves. Gold is one thing we're doing, we're looking at other novel structures of securing our portfolio because ये सारिफ और ये market vulnerable रहेगी. So इसके लिए हमें मिलके collectively, and I think regulatory landscape has evolved over the years. The larger limits, and there are more things that these banks can do now, will help. But this is one area that one needs to watch out for. उसके बाद जो मैंने know your customer से बात शुरू की थी, हमें technology, product, we cannot make products that suit us and try and give the products to these clients. पहले जब ये ordinance बना, a bit of history, उन्होंने कहा सेंट्रल बैंक ने ऑर्डिनेंस निकाला कि ये प्रोडक्टिव लोन्स के लिए छोटे सारिफ के लिए ये बैंक्स बनेंगे. ओवर द लास्ट 25 years देयर इज रियलाइजेशन दैट इन लोगों को भी वाइट गुड्स चाहिए, इनकी कंजम्पशन नीड्स भी हैं, एंड स्लोली ग्रेजुअली द रेगुलेशन ओपनड अप. सो उसकी वजह से ऑब्वियसली नाउ इसमें स्केल आ रहा है एंड वी आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग आवर क्लाइंट बेटर. देन चैनल, व्हाट इज द चैनल? सुबह याया ने बात की कि सिर्फ 1 लाख से कम डिजिटल एक्विजिशन के एक्चुअल यूनिक मर्चेंट्स इस वक्त अवेलेबल हैं, राइट? अब आप जरा पीछे आ जाएं कि ऐसा क्यों है, किस किस्म के इदारों की जरूरत है. पीएसओ पीएसपीज की अपनी जगह है, फिनटेक में बहुत सारी कंपनीज डिफरेंट प्रॉब्लम्स पे काम कर रही हैं, कमर्शियल बैंक्स की अपनी वैल्यू चेन में एक जगह है, वो वही रहेगी, माइक्रो फाइनेंस बैंक्स की जगह अपनी है. सो इन दिस होल ब्यूटिफुल स्पेक्ट्रम दैट वी हैव, I think more collaboration and partnerships and people need to talk to each other more. और जब हम बात शुरू करते हैं on a lighter note, जब से हम ये काम कर रहे हैं, किसी भी पार्टनर के साथ बैठते हैं, हम सब रेवेन्यू शेयर पे लड़ना शुरू होते हैं. वो किसी ने मुझे कहा कि जी गांव अभी आबाद नहीं हुआ और बारात पहले आ गई. सो एंड अ लॉट ऑफ वैल्यू इज लॉस्ट कि जी हम पहले लड़ जाते हैं, हांडी अभी पकी नहीं है कि जी अब इतना मैं लूंगा, इतना मैं रखूंगा, वेब वाइट लेबल नहीं करूंगा, मेरा ब्रांड आगे आएगा. These have been the trivial petty problems, sadly, जिसके अंदर as practitioners हम over the years फंसे रहे हैं, और ये किसकी balance sheet पे आएगा, who will own the client. So these things we have to do better at that. Regulation will help, but I think as private sector practitioners, we have to take the lead. उसके बाद अगर आप नीचे आ जाए, technology, I will not get into details. इस वक्त ये चीज़ establish हो चुकी है कि dinosaur technology के ऊपर हम वो स्केल अचीव नहीं कर सकते पाकिस्तान में जो इस वक्त इस बढ़ती हुई पॉपुलेशन के लिए ज़रूरी है. सो वी नीड टू लुक एट मोर एजाइल सॉल्यूशंस. द सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स इन पाकिस्तान, आई एम ग्लैड वी टॉक टू मेनी पीपल, दे आर ऑल्सो चेंजिंग, दे आर ऑल्सो थिंकिंग अबाउट इट. कि जो पुराने तौर तरीके थे जो कि अच्छे चले, इट वॉज अ डिफरेंट टाइम, इट वॉज अ डिफरेंट फेज, उसके लिए ठीक था, बट ज़रूरी नहीं है कि 2025 अब ख़त्म हो रहा और आगे ये टेक्नोलॉजी चलेगी. तो वी नीड टू रियली थिंक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स, and it's more of a cliche statement कि think out of the box, do something new, but we really have to do it, otherwise हमारी growth जो है नज़र आ रही है कि pretty much stunt की हुई as far as this segment is concerned. So we need to look at different avenues as far as technology is concerned. Last but not the least, you need a highly skilled and motivated team. You need to have good corporate governance in these institutions, and उसके बाद वो लोग जो दिल से चाहते हैं, if they're on a mission, and I think depends on leadership कि आप mobilize किस तरह करते हैं अपने लोगों को. So really people who are willing to break the status quo, punch above the weight, और इस segment के अंदर जब आपके high end university, जो first year universities के students निकलते हैं, जब आते हैं, how do you convince them कि तुम दादू में, गिलगित में और बलूचिस्तान में, डेरा मुराद, जरमाली में जाओ और वहाँ पे जाके लोगों को serve करो. And it's important, I'll share it out of experience at our bank, within the group, you know, in my past life also what we do, कि जितने हमारे ये बाबू आते हैं नए, हम उनको कोई 100-150 किलोमीटर, 400 किलोमीटर पहले उनकी सैर कराने लेके जाते हैं, ताकि वो नीचे जाएं और उनको पता चले कि एक ही जगह पे मज भी पानी पी रही है, साथ में बच्चा भी पानी पी रहा है, एक कुआं है मिट्टी में जिसके अंदर अगर जहर आ गया तो पूरा गाँव मर जाएगा. These are realities of Pakistan. अगर हम इसको नहीं समझेंगे तो in these conferences sitting in the larger cities, हम really अपने मिशन को establish नहीं कर पाएंगे. So I know there is a times up signboard there, but I just within 10 minutes I wanted, if I was able to, I wish, I hope, I pray कि आपको I can leave with these thoughts that we need to build stronger institutions. The how part needs to be focused on, and in microfinance, in closing I'll say, if we are to get to scale, we need digitization in its real sense. It's not a good to have, it's a must have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kabir Saab, for very hard stating facts about the digitization of the bank and the growth of the microfinance banks. Pakistan is transitioning towards the cashless economy, and thanks to Pakistan government for the initiatives, SBP for the regularities, digitization of the banks, although it's a long way to go. And on that note, we have an exciting panel discussion on mobilizing RAST, a tipping point for cashless economy. For that, I request Ms. Mariam Parvez, Chief Commercial Officer, Abhi Microfinance Bank, to take charge as moderator, and she will invite her panelists. So please give a big hand to Ms. Mariam Parvez. And I would request everyone to please keep a check on the time. It's a humble request. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be moderating the first session of the day, mobilizing RAST, a tipping point for a cashless economy. Now, for decades, Pakistan has been a cash-first economy. Ek taraf, there are some depressing stats. We are looking at about more than 60% of transactions that are still cash-based. And more people feel that cash is easy, cash can be trusted. Achha, while all of this is happening, on the other side, there is something that is happening very quietly in the digital landscape. Is waqt, total mobile connections या mobile phone subscribers 200 million से exceed कर गए हैं. जो इस वक्त broadband subscribers हैं, they are north of 125 million. In the last 2 years alone, जो मोबाइल बैंकिंग के ऊपर या जो वॉलेट बेस्ड ट्रांजैक्शंस हैं, दे हैव रिकॉर्डेड highest ever numbers in just the last 2 years. So because of this digital readiness, or if I may say, expanding digital readiness, RAST was built. And the numbers are absolutely mind-boggling. To date, RAST ने कोई 900 million के करीब transactions process कर लिए हैं, worth about 20 trillion. और इस वक्त जितनी भी retailer transactions हो रही हैं, by volume they are about 69 to 70% all digital. So the question is not whether RAST is working or not, because it is working. The question is, how do we take it to scale? How do we take it to last mile? And this is not just a question, this is also an opportunity, and this is also a challenge. So to unpack this, we have a very interesting panel with us today, and what we've tried to do is we've tried to sort of bring in everybody who's relevant to this particular space. So I'm going to start, bringing them here and introduce them. Sabse pehle, we have Mr. Faisal Mahmood. Faisal is the head of digital public infrastructure at Karandas, Pakistan. We have you, Faisal. Faisal has been associated with RAST since its inception from the ideation phase in 2016. Welcome, Faisal. Next, we have Mr. Adnan Nasir. Adnan is the Chief Digital Officer at National Bank of Pakistan, obviously leading digital transformation at one of the country's largest banks. Welcome, please. Aye. We then have Mr. Tughral Ali. Tughral is the head of UBL Pay. He's representing one of the main players in Pakistan's digital banking landscape. Welcome, Tughral. We then have Mr. Muhammad Kamran Zaib. Kamran is the group head of digital sales, acquiring, and alliances at Allied Bank. Please, aye. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Owais Habib Khan. He's the Chief Operating Officer at TPS. TPS obviously is a leading technology partner for payment solutions in Pakistan and also globally. So we have, mashallah, a big panel. Okay, Faisal, I would like to begin the conversation with you, and the reason why I want to start this with you is because you've been part of the journey from the very start as far as RAST is concerned. So, ye bataiye, how do you see RAST evolving from a digital payment system to a catalyst towards financial inclusion in Pakistan. And when I say this, I want you to specifically shed light on some important segments, just like MSMEs hai, agriculture hai, government services hai. We would like to hear your thoughts on this, please. Okay.
Yeah, this is better. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Very interesting kind of a question. Dekhen, we have to look at RAST beyond just account-to-account payments. What is happening right now is, कहने के लिए it looks very good कि 2.5 billion transactions हो गई हैं, over approximately 60 trillion rupees processed, but it's still account-to-account transfer, right? It will start working as a catalyst the day we start introducing newer use cases onto it. Okay? Right now, it's simply P2P transactions that's happening. That's not going to help us. So if we look, let's start with MSMEs. आपका एक जो question था. As per one of the latest reports of Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, the number of micro and small medium enterprises in the country 7.5 million से ऊपर है. ठीक है, 75 लाख आपके पास entities हैं पाकिस्तान में. How many digital transactions are they doing? How many customers are they transacting digitally? So ये वाले जो questions हैं ना, अभी पहले भी Yaya also referred to it, Kabir also referred to it. Problem ये है कि they are all using cash, and cash has a lot of cost of operations, and because of cash, the access to credit for them is also very low. ठीक है, इस पे हम लोग refer तो कर रहे थे भी डॉक्टर नील साहब ने भी when he also referred to it. What we need for that is to have, while I sip my cup of tea, to have my loan processed, AI needs data, transactional data, that is needed. और वो जब तक हम transactions को switch नहीं करेंगे towards digital side, we will not have that data. We'll continue having that kind of a problem. I think the microfinance banks have played a wonderful role, especially with the likes of Jazz and Easy Pesa and UPesa and all these banks, because number of consumers have grown like anything, और वो लोग जो cash के ऊपर deal करते थे, now they also have started receiving payments digitally. It's very funny. You go and you ask anyone कि तुम्हें digital payment accept करोगे, and they are like नहीं हम नहीं कर सकते. अच्छा Jazz Cash कर दूँ, Easy Pesa कर दूँ, हाँ वो दे दें आप. So that's one challenge we have. Similarly for the agriculture sector. Just imagine ये जो sugarcane farmers हैं, हमारे wheat farmers हैं, if we give them access to credit, and how will that happen is if we start doing their transactions instantly. A sugarcane farmer gets instantly paid as and when वो अपने mill को जाके sugarcane deposit कर देता है. So when these things start happening, I know there are a couple of EMIs who have started looking into this area. लेकिन वो करना है. Last question was about the government. देखें, globally digital payments की adoption happens through the governments only. When the governments start to mandate it. There are two very good examples which we look around the globe. That's UPI and PIX. देखें, PIX में it is the government which mandated payments digitally. All the salaries were mandated by them. During COVID, UPI was dispersing over 300 to 400 million beneficiaries directly using UPI. जो भी उनकी disbursements होती थी, beneficiary disbursements. So Pakistan has also started looking at those things. So, for instance, I think almost all the government salaries, pensions, and the vendor payments are now happening through RAST. That's a very good step. AGPR has started doing it. The other government departments are also doing it. So just in government की collections और disbursements totally mandate हो जाएंगी, people will automatically have to start using their accounts. Once that happens, वहाँ से फिर जो है ना ये catalyst का role उस stage के ऊपर आके फिर ये निकलेगा आगे.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Adnan, coming to you, and I would want to ask you this because you're here representing one of the largest and oldest commercial banks in the country. जब भी हम फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को ब्रॉडन करने की बात करते हैं, सो जो मर्चेंट्स की स्पेस है, दैट इज़ वेरी सेंट्रल स्पेस एज फार एज दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन इज कंसर्न. यू कैन हियर मी. ये बताइए, व्हाट डू यू सी एज सम ऑफ द मेजर चैलेंजेस इन डिजिटल अडॉप्शन ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर स्पेस, एंड RAST P2M, how do you think that can play a role in bridging this gap or whatever challenges this space is facing right now?
Right.
So over to you.
Thank you, Mariam. देखें, to start with, we understand there is a potential of 5 million plus merchant in the market. Now the major thing is कि अगर आप देखें awareness को और literacy को, that is quite low in terms of digital. अब उसमें multiple factors हैं. आज की डेट में ना कस्टमर को पता है ना merchant को पता है कि कॉस्ट ऑफ हैंडलिंग कैश क्या है, विच इज़ मच हायर एज़ कम्पेयर टू डूइंग ए डिजिटल पेमेंट, राइट. सो शुरू के सेशंस में ये भी रेफर हुआ था कि देयर इज़ ए कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रिंटिंग करेंसी दैट इज़ एक्चुअली नॉट नोन टू द कस्टमर एंड मर्चेंट एज वेल, नंबर वन. नंबर टू, अब मार्केट के अगर आप देखें तो इस मर्चेंट के एंड पे अडॉप्शन में आई थिंक हमने थोड़ा सा मार्केट को कंफ्यूज भी कर दिया बिटवीन P2P एंड P2M, बिकॉज हो ही रहा है मार्केट में कि P2M इज़ एक्चुअली कैनिबलाइज्ड बाय P2P, विच इज़ एक्चुअली कि जो आपकी मर्चेंट की ट्रांजेक्शन है वो मोस्टली कन्वर्ट होना शुरू हो गई हैं ऑन P2P इटसेल्फ. सो डिफ्रेंशिएशन नहीं आ सकी, उसकी वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन अभी भी टाइम है. आई थिंक वी शुड थिंक थ्रू कि जी इसको डिफ्रेंशिएट किस तरह किया जाए ताकि हम मर्चेंट की ट्रांजेक्शन को डिफरेंट रख सकें फ्रॉम द कस्टमर ट्रांजेक्शन. उसके बाद सेकेंड इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर आपका ये है डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, विच इज़ कि जब कस्टमर एंटर होता है किसी भी रिटेल शॉप में, तो जब वो एंटर होता है तो दैट्स नॉट हिज कन्वीनियंट स्पॉट. उसको डिजिटल ट्रांजेक्शन करने के लिए इंटरनेट चाहिए, राइट. उसको इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की अवेलेबिलिटी चाहिए. मर्चेंट तो कन्वीनियंट स्पॉट पे होता है क्योंकि आप पॉज की ट्रांजेक्शन में देखें इट्स ईजियर. मर्चेंट के केस में क्लियरली उसने पॉज में सिम भी डाली होती है और डाटा नेटवर्क भी अवेलेबल होता है. और अभी भी आप देखें टियर 1 इवन जो हमारी लोकेशंस हैं वहाँ पे डाटा और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की अवेलेबिलिटी का एक शदीद इशू है. दैट इज़ आल्सो रिक्वायर्ड टू बी सॉर्टेड. एंड लास्टली जो कि ज़ाहिर है वो पॉइंट 1 ही होता है हमारा कि मर्चेंट की रिलेक्टेंट बिकमिंग पार्ट ऑफ द टैक्सेशन नेटवर्क. वो फियर ऑफ द मर्चेंट है कि जी मैं अगर इस डिजिटल पेमेंट को अडॉप्ट करूँगा तो मैं फिर टैक्सेशन नेट में आ जाऊँगा. सो आई थिंक दिस शुड बी सम इंसेंटिव, फॉर एग्जांपल टैक्स हॉलीडे और समथिंग which can enable them or give them surety कि जी आप टैक्स नेट में नहीं आएंगे. अब रास्ट को अगर देखें रास्ट इज़ ए पेमेंट रेल्स, राइट. जो मैंने आपको इनहेरेंट इश्यूज बताए, सम ऑफ देम माइट बी सॉर्टेड, ठीक है, क्योंकि आप बैंक से कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस अच्छा बना देंगे, लेकिन आप डायरेक्टली नहीं कह सकते कि इसको सॉर्ट आउट किया जा सकता है विद ओनली बैंक्स बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ द एंटायर जर्नी. उसमें आपको नेटवर्क की अवेलेबिलिटी भी चाहिए, उसमें आपको कन्वीनियंस भी देनी है, उसमें आपने एजुकेट भी करना है कस्टमर और मर्चेंट को, बिकॉज इट्स फॉर योर बेनिफिट कि अगर आप इस मीडियम को यूज़ करेंगे इट विल बी फास्टर, सिक्योर और इट विल बी फ्रॉड फ्री.
Adnan, Turgal, I will come back to you, but first I would like to ask Kamran. Kamran, and we understand that Allied has been pushing the agenda as far as QR payments and digital acceptance is concerned. तो थोड़ा सा ये बताइएगा that how do you think जो merchant acquisition का ecosystem है, how do you think RAST is transforming that? और इस particular space के अंदर especially जब हम QR acceptance के level की बात करते हैं, उसको बढ़ाने के लिए, उसके ऊपर trust बढ़ाने के लिए और उसको इतना easy बनाने के लिए जिस तरह आम सारिफ cash को समझता है या cash को trust करता है, what needs to be done and what are the challenges? So
But the better part is that out of these 90,000 merchants, only 5% 85 to 90%
Of the volume.
So it's like we are sitting on a ticking bomb because the pie is not growing despite of all efforts. And the reason is that the technology adaptability in Pakistan is need-based. It's not a want-based. We have strong use cases available, Easy Pass and Jazz, because they were hitting the need of the customer. So this is one of the most important, probably the perspective which we need to see while we are talking about the P2M and the QR journey. Secondly, the biggest challenge before going to external is internal. As industry, on the product side, on the strategy side, I think we are very strong. We are building a good strategy. But when it comes to feet on street, their skill set, their capability to sell, create that value is very good. So first of all, as an industry, we all need to build the resource capability development who can actually generate that value for the retailers, SMEs, so they will be able to understand what value we are bringing. So over here, we have been listening to Yahya and other participants, and they were talking very good things. But our feet on street is not capable to sell. So, and above all, either we talk about POS machines or we talk about QR, it's free for the merchant. So until unless we create that value, we will not be able to, uplift first of all. Secondly, I believe the RAS QR would be a game changer. The only thing we need is that we need to work on the infrastructure, as rightly said by Anand, that in one QR transaction, there are almost 4 to 5 steps are involved. So if either of the steps goes wrong, this leads to a dispute, and none of the merchants actually wants to have this kind of relationship with their customers. Even when I take you back around 10, 15 years, people were reluctant to use the card. Even when POS machines were very painful. So this all demands that, from the industry, from all players like us, we educate first of all and build a resource capabilities to create that value, because value is already there. We just need to able to communicate it. Secondly, thanks to State Bank, RAS P2M is a low cost solution, and first of all, we need to build a digital journey where the account as well as the QR should be the instant generation for the merchant. Standalone, none of the acquirer, none of the bank can, have a strong useful case. So above all, we need to get out of our silos, and we need to have a collaborative efforts to, make this happen.
Thank you so much. Wes, obviously, I will come to you for technology. Technology has such an important role to play in this particular space. ये बताइए कि how can, now that RAS is scaling, how can technology make things easy? And when I say easy, I mean for all the stakeholders that are involved, for all the banks that have to go into massive developments, how can it be easy and cost effective for them, and how can it be easy and user friendly for the end user? So from that perspective, if you could shed some light, please. the other one, I think we can use the
Okay, I think interestingly we are having this panel discussion right after Kabir's presentation, and he mentioned in one of the area that you cannot use dinosaur technology to scale up, and I think it's connecting to our panel discussion over here. Just to respond to your query, I think I can see a couple of my colleagues from different technology companies over here in the audience. From our perspective, I think IPS, which is RAS, I think, which is implemented any country, has to go through a certain challenges. And I think every central bank which has adopted RAS or IPS has actually adopted ISO 20022 as the framework. So when we talk about RAS, the underlying message specification for RAS is ISO 20022. This message specifications and the message flows were something which were very new to the industry. And I think the entire industry took a lot of time to understand, to develop, to test, and to roll out those RAS use cases which were dependent on the technology. And I think apart from that, bulk transfer test cases that we're talking about, the use cases, they were very different from the traditional transactions which are already in place regarding cash withdrawal, IBFTs, bill payment. They were very simple as compared to these complex transaction scenarios. And on top of that, what happened with all the technology partners on the bank, that State Bank had set a very aggressive timelines to go live with these use cases. So I think very new specifications, very different test cases, different flows, and on top of the very strict deadlines by the regulator, it created a very complex scenario from 2020 to 23. But I think the industry overall, from banks, technology partners, State Bank did a wonderful job to roll out these things. We had certain teething issues. I can say that we had performance issues at multiple ends. We had second hand issues, we had disputes, because everything was rolled out in a very quick fashion. But alhamdulillah, I can say right now that most of the infrastructure is quite stable. If you can go through the PSD quarterly report from January to March, which was last published, I think it says that P2B transactions were almost around 370 million, and the amount of those transactions is almost 8.5 million. So we are talking about a very large volume and a value of transactions which are being processed by a lot of systems which are already in place. From a technology point of view, I think we have learned a lot, and I think as TPS, if I say we are moving towards a no-code, a low-code technology powered by component-based model, which is inspired by Microsoft architecture, and we are now trying to use AI agents and AI tools to expedite our delivery. And I think basic objective is to make sure that the platform that we will be providing to the banks, they should be able to use that platform to quickly and easily integrate with new and current use cases of RAS. I would like to take this opportunity just to recommend and highlight two things that will be really helpful for technology partners who are working with the State Bank and the bank for RAS initiative. The number one is that we need to have a RAS community developed in. There's a need for a creation of a RAS community which includes all the stakeholders, including the technology partners and other stakeholders, because I think it is, if we talk about no amount of good documentation, no amount of good SOPs can explain everything that is required. So from time to time, we come up with different technical queries, technical suggestions, which are very difficult to find an answer. So just to give you an example, the RAS, for RAS, there are certain early adopters who take on different use cases and implement them. And they go through certain challenges and teething issues. I think those teething issues and challenges should be documented and should be shared with everyone who is going to implement those RAS or those test cases later on, rather than going through the same pains and same time and same mistakes over and over again. I think the other thing that is required from a technology partner point of view is that State Bank has to involve the technology partners in allowing them and sharing their roadmaps with them, the technical specs, well ahead of time. Because what happens is that when these use cases come out in the market to be rolled out, it takes some time for the technology vendors to develop them, test them, and enter. So if we have early access to the roadmap, we can align on broader roadmaps, our teams, our technologies, so that we are ready when the time comes to roll out those things. The other thing that is very important is that I think State Bank has done a wonderful job in providing a testing sandbox to all the banks so that they are able to test their applications and the use cases before they are moved to production. I think that is really helpful. I think our request and recommendation is that somehow this testing sandbox is also extended to the technology partners, because when we are developing our applications, we need these sandboxes to make sure that whenever we go to the banks for testing with State Bank and those things, our applications are far more mature and far more tested as compared to the solution that we have right now. So all I think this one thing is having a inclusive joint community, RAS community of banks, State Bank and technology partners required. We need an access to roadmap and specifications earlier on so they're ready. And we need this, I think, testing sandbox just to make sure that whenever these things come up, we are able and ready. And I think, all in all, I think the technology partners have done a wonderful well. This is a journey that we have taken on. I think the last couple of years, a lot of learning has taken. So सीखने का time मेरे ख्याल से अच्छा गुजर गया, हमने बहुत सीख लिया, बहुत pain points ले लिए, and the time right now is to scale. And I think with the right tools, technologies, and the resources, I see we can easily manage the upcoming phases of RAS that will be coming up in the next couple of years.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you for that. And the community is right here. And I think that's a brilliant idea. Collaboration and communication always helps. Togal, I'm going to come to you now. UBL has always had this image of a very aggressive player in terms of digital banking. So tell us a little bit about how RAS has changed this journey for UBL specifically, and how has RAS impacted the way you now design your products and your channel strategy. So please, a few thoughts on this.
So thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. There's not a lot I can add besides, I mean, I've heard from my colleagues already, they've made some great points, but there are a few things that I just want to say. We've got product specialists in the room, we've got technologists in the room, we've got sales heads in the room. The person that we should be asking is not in the room, is the merchant himself. And I think that should have been the starting point, where we should have said, had a merchant detail his journey about RAS, about his experience. And from there, perhaps the rest of us could have shed some light. But the merchant is present in the room through the numbers. And I think those numbers have been quoted today. And those numbers, we've all agreed, aren't really great. They need a lot of uplift. I think one of the things we need to keep in mind is that technology does not change the world. It's the adoption of technology that results in behavior that changes the world. And we should take a step back and look at the challenges the merchant faces on the ground. Some of them have been beautifully laid out by my colleagues over here. That would really contribute towards the overall uptake of RAS P2M as a solution. Remember, RAS is really a rail at the back end. At the front end, there's got to be a product that answers a question or answers a problem that the merchant is facing. So how does RAS help us? UBL already has a very vast product suite, where we have payment solutions, we have the POS, we have the soft POS, we have the MPOS, we have e-commerce already deployed. We provide open APIs, connectivity, so fund transfers, IBFTs are possible. We've got wallets already. RAS is a very powerful addition to that suite in a couple of ways. One, it drastically reduces the cost of a transaction, and thereby creates the potential for us to pass on that advantage to the merchant. So, one of the bigger pain points for a merchant happens to be the MDR, and anybody who's been in the space of acquiring would know that these are big discussions that you have with merchants, and typically merchants are sensitive about this point. So you have a play over there with the MDR. The other advantage, of course, is the instant nature of that payment. But now, having those things put to one side, what we need to now focus on in our product design is how do we enable the trust in that merchant to adopt this new way of behavior as their preferred way of payments. And for that, UBL is working on a few strategies where we're trying to make the visibility of Rast more apparent at the little kiosks, at the little merchant stores. We're also working on the trust factor because that requires a lot of communication to take place. It requires reliability. Those transactions have to be reliable. Why was P2P so quick to be adopted? Zero cost to the merchant. And the fact that the person that you're making a P2P transfer to happens to be someone that you probably know. Versus P2M, where some customer is coming to a merchant's shop, and once that transaction is done, that customer is gone. So this merchant is much more sensitive about a transaction that is going to eventually result in that contact being broken and that person going away. And then if that transaction is reversed or if there's a problem with that transaction, it is a burden on the merchant side. So we have to build in reliability into those products. And finally, I think one thing that we should probably start doing a lot more, which is what I started the talk with, is actually talking to our merchants and figuring out what are their pain points. Something that's already been touched upon is a brilliant example from our neighbor, India, where we had payments over QR take off in a spectacular way. And overnight valuations went to $10 billion of the organization that was leading that change. But we also saw a lesson when the government went in hard after those merchants, recently. And those same QRs which had been put up were taken down by the same merchants. The lesson over here is that we should not look to milk and scale at the same time. Let's focus on scaling first and then build in the monetization of that merchant from a government revenue point of view. That should be the process that I would recommend. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, absolutely. We need to get to critical mass before we start fighting over revenue and numbers. Completely agree with that. Faisal, coming back to you, Awais ne thodi si is baare mein baat bhi ki about partnerships and communications. Now, we've always spoken about the role of public and private partnerships. So, for mass adoption of Rast, particularly, ये पब्लिक पार्टनरशिप इसकी क्या शक्ल होनी चाहिए, ये किस तरह हो सकती है, किस तरह होनी चाहिए, क्या इसमें कोई challenges हैं? What are your thoughts on this?
I think that's the biggest challenge. I'll just agree with what Toghrul and Awais said. Technology was the easier bit. Regulations बनाना deploy कर दिया. Adoption is the biggest challenge. Before looking at what the regulator should do, what the industry should do, what the government should do, let's look at our neighbors. UPI launched, NPCI बना था मेरा ख्याल है 2008-9 में. IMPS was a product, interbank funds transfer होता था उस पे, and there was no adoption happening. And then UPI also developed. कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा था. 2016-17 में जाके there was a 2400% rise in the number of transactions in one single year. What was the reason? It was not demonetization. It was when Google Pay was introduced in the market. So private sector को NPCI ने engage किया, and that is when the likes of Bharat Pay and Paytm and Phone Pay and Google Pay and all these came in. So step one ये है कि the infrastructure just does account to account transfer. The beauty of Raste is कि it's a very open system, which means कि आप regulations में play करते हुए you can allow anyone, you can do any kind of transactions, plus it's a push only, instant nature की वजह से. इस सारी चीज़ को use करते हुए it is the private sector which is going to build newer use cases, innovative use cases. ठीक है? Regulator का काम सिर्फ और सिर्फ ये है कि I mean State Bank is doing a wonderful job. It's not charging anything to any of the participants, any customer, any bank, anything. They're absorbing the cost. Good, they're running it. 24/7 system chal raha hai, sab kuch hai. It's processing over 8 million transactions a day, which is, again, good. Lekin, what is 8 million transactions a day? India हमसे 6 गुना बड़ा है. Their population is 1.5 billion. हम 25 करोड़ है. ठीक है? India is doing over 700 million transactions a day just on UPI. अभी बाकी मैं switches की और cards की उनकी बात नहीं कर रहा. If you look at the McKinsey की एक report है, so on an average किसी भी nation की total number of transactions अगर आपने देखनी है individuals की, an average person does 4 transactions a day. So I, being the head of my household, can do 7, 8, 9 transactions. Shops से कुछ ले रहा हूँ, बच्चे को pocket money दे रहा हूँ, any kind of a transaction. Average comes out to be 4. 4 का मतलब है कि पाकिस्तान में डेली की 25 करोड़ आवाम जो है 100 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शंस, 1 बिलियन ट्रांजैक्शंस एक दिन में करते हैं. एंड वी आर डूइंग 80 लाख ट्रांजैक्शंस अ डे. So that's where the private sector has to come in, build use cases, and that is what we need to build. I think इसकी adoption जो future में होनी है, it is just by the private sector. Government ने जितना करना था वो mandate कर देंगे by the end of, I think, next year, 30th June 2026 तक. Every government payment will be digital, every collection will be digital. But what's beyond that? Yeah. So
the private sector has to really...
Yes, they have to.
Pull up their socks on this one. Thank you so much, Faisal. Adnan, coming to you, हम RAST P2M के बारे में ज़रा let's talk a little bit about RAST P2M in detail, and let's address some of the major challenges for mass adoption of this. आपके ज़हन में 2-3 बड़े challenges कौन से हैं इस space के अंदर?
Right. देखिए मरियम, और it has already been spoken by Tugrul as well. बैंक के perspective से it's more towards a product कि जी product आपने किस तरह डिज़ाइन करनी है. And product is not only क्योंकि आप जब किसी भी शॉप या रिटेल पे जाते हैं, your preference is not कि जी आपने कैश में पे करना है या डिजिटली पे करना है. You have to create a pull towards digital to move from cash. तो बैंक के perspective से कस्टमर और मर्चेंट के लिए there needs to be a value proposition. मर्चेंट के लिए possibly embedded lending, which can help him increase his SKU pocket size to have more inventory as part of his retail shop. And other than that, there's certain kind of reporting, analytics, which can help him manage his business well. Customer ke liye, possibly the successful models which we have seen across world, jisme buy now pay later ke models hain, which gives him capacity to purchase more. अच्छा, ये तो प्रोडक्ट साइड होगी जो कि बैंक्स शुड टेक केयर ऑफ. लेकिन इसकी जो सक्सेस है ना, जो आपका की क्वेश्चन है, दैट कैन नॉट बी डिपेंडेंट ओनली ऑन द प्रोडक्ट रेडीनेस इटसेल्फ, क्योंकि ऑन ग्राउंड सिचुएशन कम्प्लीटली डिफरेंट होती है. एज आई सेड अर्लियर कि जी आप शॉप में जाते हैं तो आपको सबसे पहले जो कस्टमर है वो अपने कंफर्ट जोन में होता है, ही इज़ देयर टू बाय ए प्रोडक्ट. उसके पास पॉसिबली इंटरनेट की अवेलेबिलिटी ना हो, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ना हो. सो दे आर मल्टीपल parties involved in this entire digital transformation or digital transaction itself, which is कि जी आपके network, आपका जो data services हैं वो available हो, which is कि telco has to play their role, internet service provider has to play their role. Similarly, पहले भी बात हुई कि merchant उसकी preference क्या है in terms of acceptability of that solution, उसका comfort level क्या है, as we talked earlier कि जी क्या उसको ये कंफर्ट है कि जी व्हेन आई यूज़ दिस एडॉप्शन ऑफ डिजिटल पेमेंट्स तो मैं किसी टैक्सेशन के नेट में नहीं आऊँगा. सो पॉसिबली ये टैक्स हॉलीडे काइंड ऑफ मैकेनिज्म फॉर द मर्चेंट्स टू हैव अर्ली अडॉप्शन एंड लेटर ऑन ब्रिंग हिम एज पार्ट ऑफ द टैक्स नेटवर्क. एंड लास्टली मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट इज़ कि जी एक्सपीरियंस विच इज़ मोस्टली ड्रिवन कि जी जब वो आता है तो उसको मर्चेंट क्या पिच करता है when it comes to digital payment, and उसका experience कैसा है adopting to that channel in comparison to cash, which is easier to give कि आपने wallet खोला 100 रुपये निकाले और दे दिया, as compared to कि जी आपने अब app खोलनी है और P2M की transaction करनी है. That should be faster than bringing cash out from your pocket.
Yes, Absolutely.
Thank you.
I know our time is up, so we're going to just do one last question. And Kamran, if you could help us sort of understand. So interoperability is a buzz word, right? So thoda sa batayega ke in terms of interoperability among acquirers and merchants and banks, what are some of the key challenges for seamless QR adoption in this particular space? Or aapka experience is space mein kaisa hai for this? Thank you.
So I think thanks to RAS Rail, interoperability is already there. Any of the issuer app can actually scan any quarter QR. So I think most of the panelists already mentioned that we have the product ready and we are all set to move. The only thing is the other side, which is merchant, need to be educated. We have to build a sort of push and blend of push and push strategy, which can enable and create value for the merchant to use it.
Thank you so much. Do we have time for questions? Okay, so we do not even have time for questions, but thank you so much for insightful discussions that we've had with all of you, and looking forward to seeing you all again. Thank you, Ji. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mariam, and all the guests. We are just a little pressed on the time, so my apologies if anybody is offended. Anyway, let's moving on towards the next section, which is the awards and memento distribution. For that, I would like to call upon Mr. Faisal Rahim, Chief Executive, Total Communications, Dr. Anil Salman on the stage, and Mr. Najib Agrawala for the awards and memento distribution. So can I have three gentlemen on the stage, please? Can I request Mr. Naveed Ali Beg also to join us on the stage for the awards and memento distribution? थोड़ी सी अगर एनर्जी दिखा देंगे आप लोग तो बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा. Right after this we will have a tea. So starting. First in line we have two awards. And the first award is Top ATM Deployer of the Year Award 2024 and 25. And the award goes to UBL. UBL has installed 1100 plus ATM deployments, and these are all latest generation machines aimed at enhancing the self-service user experience. To receive the award, we have Mr. Tuggal on the stage. Please give them a big round of applause. It's a big achievement for UBL. you, sir, and congratulations. Next award is Highest Recycler Deployment Award for 2024 and 25. The award goes to Allied Bank. The bank has 150 plus recycler deployments, enhancing the self-service capability of the bank while bringing unmatched operational efficiency through cash recycling. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Adil Mohammed to please come and receive the award. Mr. Adil Mohammed, please give it a big hand to Mr. Adil Mohammed. Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Amir. Moving on towards our precious sponsors. The first memento we would like to present to our title sponsor, which is Innovative and Diebold. And from that we have Mr. Naveed to receive the memento. We have Mr. Naveed already on the stage. Guys clapping, please. Thank you. For the platinum sponsor, Allied Bank, I would like to call Mr. Nabil Ahmed on the stage to receive the memento. Mr. Nabil Ahmed. Mr. Adnan Nasir from National Bank of Pakistan. Can we have Mr. Adnan Nasir from National Bank of Pakistan to receive the platinum sponsor memento? Next is Miss Mariam Beg from Abhi Microfinance Bank to come and receive her memento. Diversity के लिए तो तालियां बजाएं. We already have very less diversity in this room. Mr. Tabish Sabah from Touchpoint. Do we have Mr. Tabish? Yes. Mr. Aftab Khan from WaveTech. Mr. Aftab Khan from WaveTech. Mr. Michael Harshan from Toppen Security. Mr. Michael Harshan from Toppen Security. Please give him a big round of applause. Moving on towards the gold sponsors, and the first one is Mr. Babar Saeed from TPS. Mr. Babar Saeed from TPS. Mr. Rizwan Ahmed Siddiqui from Synergy. Mr. Rizwan Ahmed Siddiqui from Synergy. Mr. Saud Umar Khan from Convex Interactive. Mr. Saud Umar Khan from Convex Interactive. आ गए. Next is Mr. Aminur Rahman from Faisal Bank. Can anybody else come on his behalf to receive this memento? Okay, next is Mohammad Zishan Siddiqui from Urban Tech. Mohammad Zishan Siddiqui from Urban Tech. Next is Nusrat Khan from Axis Group. Nusrat Khan from Axis Group. Next in we have Financial Inclusion Partner Mr. Farooq Beg from BPC. Mr. Farooq Beg from BPC. Do we have Mr. Farooq? Okay, moving on to the silver sponsor. Mr. Saad Alam from Comtel or Mr. Ashraf Faisal from Comtel. Next is Mr. Ashraf Ahmed from Rayanco. Mr. Ashraf Ahmed from Rayanco. And last but not surely the least, our tea partners, E-Ocean, Mr. Asif Jafri. Mr. Asif Jafri. Okay, so on behalf of Asif, we have Mr. Jamal from E-Ocean. Thank you everyone and congratulations to everyone. Thank you Dr. Saab, thank you Faisal Saab and thank you Naveed Saab. Let's have a quick 20 minutes tea break and kindly meet your technology partners at the exhibition and we'll join back in next 20 minutes.
hello, 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 hello. hello, hello, hello.
not just pioneers of Pakistan's fintech industry, we're the heartbeat of innovation. We are innovative.
Picture this, a redefined ATM experience that transcends the ordinary.
Our tech wizards have wielded their magic, achieving the seemingly impossible, the birth of iEngage.
iEngage has it all. Exciting UI, virtual teller, new transactions, contextual marketing, and even smartphone integration.
It's an award-winning game changer for ATMs.
Innovative isn't just a company, it's an award-winning engine driving the future. With pride, we have sold the highest number of self-service devices to over 35 banks for the past 5 consecutive years.
Our support system spans a whopping 796,000 square kilometers.
Nearly 10 times bigger than the UAE.
Imagine an agile team of engineers deploying 978 ATMs in just 25 working days and setting a record with 70 ATMs in a single day.
This journey didn't start yesterday. It began in 1987. Shaping our growth, not just rapid, but holistic. Experience the innovation. Join the revolution.
हर सुबह का उभरता सूरज अपने साथ लाता है एक नया दिन, एक नई उमंग। जब भी पड़े हमारी जरूरत, हम हैं तैयार हर वक्त, हर बार। मौसम चाहे हो कितना ही सा, रास्ते हो कितने ही कठिन, लेकिन जब जस्तुजू हो खूब से खूब तरकी, तो फिर कैसा आराम, कैसी थकन। हमारा जज्बा और हमारा अज़्म हमारी कुव्वत है, हमारी सलाहियत है। आपका हम पर एतमादी हमारी जीत है। कराची से खैबर तक इनोवेटिव के सैकड़ों इंजीनियर्स हर वक्त हर जगह आपके हम कदम हैं। इनोवेटिव पाकिस्तान, हम वक्त बेदार, हर वक्त तैयार।
मुश्किल हर एक ट्रांजैक्शन है, ये ऐप नहीं एक टेंशन है। मुश्किल से ही चलती है और कदम कदम पर रुकती है।
अरे इतनी परेशानियां तो अभी डाउनलोड करो MVP डिजिटल ऐप।
लॉग इन हो सेकंड्स में, हर ट्रांजैक्शन लम्हों में, जरा सी बिना देर लगाए सारे काम ये करती जाए। फर्स्ट ट्रांसफर हो फीस या बिल, तेज इतनी के जी
कमाल की तेज ऐप है यार।
2 मिलियन यूजर्स ऐसे ही नहीं बन जाते। तो आज ही नेशनल बैंक में अपना अकाउंट खुलवाएं। पाकिस्तान की तेज तरीन और आसान तरीन मोबाइल बैंकिंग ऐप से फायदा उठाएं।
तो अभी NBP डिजिटल पर आएं।
नेशनल बैंक और पाकिस्तान।
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our program in next 5 minutes. I would request everyone to please come back in the main hall.
In today's fast-paced world, banks are adopting new ways to keep up with growing customer expectations. Extensive waiting time, limited service hours, and branch optimization are just a few of the challenges that affect customer satisfaction. Touchpoint, enabling customer convenience by bridging the gap between physical and digital banking services. Our solutions,
Ladies and
like
gentlemen,
cash
I request
deposits and
everyone
withdrawals,
who is in the exhibition hall,
instant check
please come
clearance
back
and
to the main hall.
encashment,
We are about to
utility
start
bill
our program.
payments, instant card issuance, and many more provide essential banking services while managing branch traffic. With over 18 years of expertise, Touchpoint is one of the fastest growing companies, expanding from 1.5% market share to over 30% market share and growing from 40 professionals to a team of 250 plus professionals today. We are redefining banking in Pakistan by providing self-service solutions from Gilgit to Gwadar, maintaining the world's highest ATM at Hunjarat Pass, Our extensive network reaches over 600 cities and towns. Together, we are paving the way for a future where convenience meets trust. Touchpoint, enabling transaction convenience.
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the exhibition hall, I would request to come back to the main hall. We are about to start our program. जो लोग वहाँ पे नेटवर्किंग टी के लिए गए थे, I would request everyone please वापस आ जाएं so that we can start our proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone in the exhibition hall to come back to the main hall so that we can start our proceedings. जो लोग नेटवर्किंग टी पे हैं, मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा प्लीज वापस आ जाएं so that हम टाइमली अपना प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट कर लें. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to please come back to the main hall so that we can start our program. जो लोग नेटवर्किंग टी के लिए गए हुए थे, मैं सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वापस आ जाएं so that हम टाइमली अपना प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट कर लें.
Specifically built for the unique needs of financial service providers, X-Notify connects and helps you manage all of your notification channels. Using our Right Route technology, the platform routes your messages intelligently using proprietary data signals. Stay assured that your messages aren't just delivered, but are received through the right channel your customer really wanted. With complete traceability across all channels, X-Notify provides the easiest path to maintaining 100% regulatory compliance with data residency in Pakistan. Upgrade your customer communication whilst reducing costs with X-Notify, built and delivered by Pakistan's leading cloud communications company.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to please come back to the main hall so that we can start our proceedings.
Strategy.
Are you ready for the revolution?
Embark on a journey with us. We're not just pioneers of Pakistan's fintech industry, we're the heartbeat of innovation. We are innovative.
Picture this, a redefined ATM experience that transcends the ordinary.
Our tech wizards have wielded their magic, achieving the seemingly impossible, the birth of iEngage.
iEngage has it all. Exciting UI, virtual teller, new transactions, contextual marketing, and even smartphone integration.
It's an award-winning game changer for ATMs.
Innovative isn't just a company, it's an award-winning engine driving the future. With pride, we have sold the highest number of self-service devices to over 35 banks for the past 5 consecutive years.
Our support system spans a whopping 796,000 square kilometers.
Nearly 10 times bigger than the UAE.
Imagine an agile team of engineers deploying 978 ATMs in just 25 working days and setting a record with 70 ATMs in a single day.
This journey didn't start yesterday. It began in 1987. Shaping our growth, not just rapid, but holistic. Experience the innovation. Join the revolution.
हर सुबह का उभरता सूरज अपने साथ लाता है एक नया दिन, एक नई उमंग। जब भी पड़े हमारी जरूरत, हम हैं तैयार हर बार। मौसम चाहे हो कितना ही सा, रास्ते हो कितने ही कठिन, लेकिन जब जस्तुजू हो खूब से खूब तरक्की, तो फिर कैसा आराम, कैसी थकन।
Mr. Renan, do we have you in the hall? Yes.
हमारा जज्बा और हमारा अज़्म, हमारी कुव्वत है, हमारी सलाहियत है, आपका हम पर एतमाद ही हमारी जीत है।
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope आप लोगों ने चाय पी ली होगी, थोड़ा रिफ्रेश हो गए होंगे. So I should see some energy. Can I see some energy? जो लोग अभी आए हैं, कम से कम वो तो क्लैपिंग कर ही सकते हैं, और जो लोगों ने चाय पी ली है, वो भी एनर्जी दिखा सकते हैं. So quickly moving on to the next presentation, we have an overseas guest and a very senior resource from Hitachi Vantara. Let's welcome on stage Mr. Renan D. Lima, Solutions Consultant, who will be delivering his presentation on Your Data Foundation for the Sustainable Banking Future. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. They gave me the most difficult session after tea, so I hope I make this as entertaining as possible, okay? Presentation coming out, yeah? Sorry, just waiting for the presentation to come on the screen, yeah? Well, whilst it starts, good afternoon. I'm Renan de Lima. Yeah, thank you. Solutions Consultant for Hitachi Vantara. Today I want to spend a few minutes with you speaking about data, speaking about the importance of having the right foundation for your data in a sense of a sustainable banking future, right? Before I jump into an infrastructure perspective, I just want to give you speak to you on a few points regarding to data itself and the waves of influence that we've had in the last couple of years to innovate around it. So when it comes to world events, of course, the biggest one everyone reminds of is the 2020 COVID pandemic, right? That has triggered us to absolutely change the way we do things in a very speedy way, right? We did not have a choice. We have to move completely from the physical interaction into the digital world, and that requires being able to spin infrastructure up in a very speedy response, right? As well as the pandemic, we also have geopolitical changes. We have, sustainable. Sorry about that. We also have climate changes. We also have changes with supply chain when it comes to rare earth materials. So there's a lot of changes that is driving the waves of innovation, right? If we jump over to the technology side, again, back on the pandemic topic, IaaS, or infrastructure as a service, being able to spin up an application requirements as the required comes is absolutely key. AI and generative AI, every single meeting I've been going to in the last couple of months, I have to speak about AI. We have to touch on the topic of AI, and it's a beautiful journey. I will be doing that today here as well on a few slides to come. But basically, we've spoken to a couple of our customers, and based on all of this innovation of changes, we've drafted what are the key priorities that Hitachi Vantara is focusing on. Okay, and if you summarize all of the priorities that I've spoken to in the last few minutes, we focus on 3 points. We focus on data resiliency and compliance. We focus on hybrid clouds, and we focus on AI and data management. This is the key priorities from Hitachi Vantara. This is the key priorities that we're here to help you, our customers, with. When it comes to data resiliency and compliance, it's absolutely key, especially in today's world where we have threats from ransomware non-stop, even companies or countries doing ransomware as a service. It just forces us to ensure that we're always prepared for the worst, right? Conversation that I have with my customers is not if you get attacked by ransomware, it's when you get attacked by ransomware. It is going to happen to every single one of us, and the major item that we should be focusing on is on the resiliency, is being prepared for that attack so that we're able to recover from it, okay? When it comes to hybrid clouds and AI data management, that comes in the space of understanding your data, making sure that your data is in the right place at the right time, making sure that you tear down what you have to, make sure that you always place it in a more cost-effective media, right? And how does Hitachi help you to do that? Big busy slides there. So if you start here on the left, right, talking about unstructured data, that is probably yields about 80 to 90% of everyone's data here today. It's not because we're generating more, it's just because the same generation that we have been doing now consumes a lot of more extra space. I mean, this presentation I have on the screen is 20 megabytes. 10 years ago, that probably would have been 1 megabyte, right? So we are generating a lot more data, and unstructured data becomes the major portion of our data platform today. So how are we helping our customers to be able to identify or bring together the siloed data that we have coming from different places, right? That can be your existing NAS supplier, that can be a SharePoint, it can be the cloud as well, it can be AWS S3. So we connect into all of these data sources, and we push it into a pipeline that we call HCI, Hitachi Content Intelligence. What do we do on that pipeline? We index the data. We find out exactly what is the data that has just been ingested. When I say indexing, if you speak about media transcription, is to be able to, for example, transcribe from audio to text, so now that you can analyze the text and have records of the audio that you've just ingested, right? The same goes with image search. Now that we identified the image that we just ingested, now you're able to search based on image as well, right? So you put an image and you retrieve all of your file data in relation to that particular image itself. OCR reading, the ability to be able to ingest a PDF document, and let's say, for example, that PDF document within the text has a string of 16 numbers. That's a credit card number, or that's a debit card number. So it's a financial information. Now, through the ingesting pipeline, we apply the necessary metadata and security policies to that document that you've just ingested. So to give you the ability to classify and manage your data platform, right? This is what the message that I've been speaking to customers since I arrived here on Monday at Islamabad. It's the common topic or challenge that I see with customers here is to be able to manage the vast amounts of data that we are generated every single day. So once you've indexed, identified some of the use cases that we help to provide through a dashboard, is to, for example, have full visibility on the data on your data environment. Right now, we can tell you how many millions of files that you have, how many of those files are duplicates. We had that exercise for a customer in the UAE, where I'm currently based. And we've shown to them that more than 90% of the data that they ingested more than 6 months ago has not been accessed or touched. They're basically storing that on very expensive flash media, and they're not accessing that data, right? It's dark data, rot data. So we're here to help you give visibility of the data set so that you can now start generating value from the data that you have. Back to, so that's of course on the data management aspect of it. Being from Hitachi Vantara, of course we are an infrastructure provider, and as an infrastructure provider, there's a couple of key things that I wanted to highlight today, which is the guarantees that we provide with our VSP1 data platform. The only vendor to guarantee 100% data availability guarantee. It's not 4 nines or 6 nines, it's 100% contractual agreements between Hitachi Vantara and yourselves. Another very important point, so no questions asked, effective capacity guarantee. This is being able to dedupe and compression your data up to 4 to 1, no questions asked. Okay, so we can help you to consolidate into a smaller environment. A couple of new guarantees that we've announced recently on performance, sustainability, cyber resilience, and modern storage assurance. This is aligned to give you the assurance that the investment that you make through us is going to be aligned to, especially on your sustainability goals, right? Just last but not least, on cyber resiliency guarantee, I do not want to make this technical, but now we're doing ransomware scanning at the point of snapshots. Typically we do it at the end of the day during the backup cycle. Now we're doing at the snapshot, so we're helping you to detect even earlier, okay? Again, not to make this very technical. So that's on the Vantara side. When I was asked to do this presentation, I was very nervous. Future banking in Pakistan, I said, my God, what do I do? So I thought I went to do the sensible thing. I went to the State Bank's website, and I found the Vision 2028. And I've looked into the 5 strategic pillars that we have here, or SPP Vision, on strategic communication, technological innovation, productivity, competitiveness, climate change, diversity and inclusion. This aligns very much with what Hitachi's values are, or Hitachi Vantara's values are, right? I am from Brazil. Climate change also affects us massively. Climate change causes a lot of flooding, causes a lot of destructions from Mother Nature, right? So it is all of us, our responsibilities to do what we can in vision of a pro-green Earth, right? If I convert the SPP Visions 2028 to Hitachi Vantara's differences, mission critical resilience and reliability at scale, right? 100% data availability guarantee and performance assurance guarantee. Hitachi Vantara actually belongs to Hitachi Limited, a group of 945 companies. We have deep domain expertise on a lot of different verticals, let it be with Hitachi Energy or Hitachi Rail or Pentaho. So whatever it may be, we bring the expertise from the different group companies to help you to reach out and to deliver on an end-to-end integrated solution, right? So it is not just about pushing infrastructure. We're here to join you on your transformation journey. Again, being a Japanese company, sustainability is our heart as well, right? So that definitely aligns with the SPP's vision as well. And last but not least, I think it's common sense that Japanese technology are reliable, but there's one thing we're not good at, which is marketing. So we're not marketeers, but hey, the technology is good. Hope that wasn't boring. This is my presentation for today.
Thank you, Renan, for showing us the significance of data for the continuous growth in the future of banking. Moving on to Another presentation, now we have a joint presentation by WaveTech and NCR Atleos. For that, let's welcome on stage Mr. Ahmed Murad, Software Sales Area Leader, PMP MSc, Business Analytics, NCR Atleos, and Mr. Rahil Malik, VP Strategy and Business Development from WaveTech. Please give them a big hand for their joint presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rahil Malik. I'm in part of the strategy team at WaveTech. About 20 years ago, I was studying in US in my master's. I used to hang out with this DC community. Udhar hamare, Pakistani, Indians, Desis, we hang out together, play cricket, and we have long discussions on our stories. Of course, दो topics होते थे, एक tech होता था, एक cricket होता था. Cricket बहुत अच्छी होती थी, उसको कोई defend भी कर सकता था. मैं अब के हालात थोड़े से मुख्तलिफ हैं. You guys can imagine. Tech के लिए अक्सर वो मुझे कहते थे कि राहिल वापस जाके क्या करोगे? I always wanted to come back to Pakistan and do something about it. और वो कहते थे कि भाई पाकिस्तान जाके आप करोगे क्या? आपका तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही नहीं है. और वो डिस्कशन यकीन करें हम जीत नहीं सकते थे. एक ही डिस्कशन होता था, आखिर में मैं कहता था हमारे पास एटम बम है. सो दैट वाज द एंड ऑफ डिस्कशन, राइट? इसी तरह हम डिस्कशन एंड करते हैं कि हमारे पास एटम बम है. और ये एक मेरी क्यूरियोसिटी भी थी कि जब कंपनीज जब हम एटम बम बना सकते हैं, जब हम दुनिया के इतने बड़े बड़े मिसाइल्स बना सकते हैं, तो यार ये टेक्नोलॉजी में हम क्यों पीछे हैं? सो आई ऑलवेज, दिस इज़ द क्यूरियोसिटी आई ऑलवेज हैव. And I came back to Pakistan, and I started working with WaveTech. Can you the presentation? Yeah. WaveTech was such company where I saw that perseverance and the वो हम कर लेंगे वाला जो जज्बा था. और and that was the only company where I saw okay, they are investing in the hardware, they are investing in the innovation. And look at the campus we have. We have a campus at Korangi Creek Industrial Park where we are manufacturing the kiosks and cash deposit machines, a very famous cash deposit machines. That is like we are the major deployers of cash deposit machines in Pakistan. All manufactured here. You can see the cash deposit machines. So WaveTech is started a company with 3 engineers. From NAD University and then expanded to the world. You can see, mashallah, we have all the big logos, all tier 1 companies of the world and the banks of the world with us. मुझे अपना काम करने का कोई 2016 में जो मौका मिला, उसके अंदर जब मुझे ये मौका मिला, मेरा भी एक छोटा सा पार्ट है स्टोरी के अंदर, जिसके अंदर हमारे पास एक टेलेनॉर की केस स्टडी थी. टेलेनॉर अपने बिजनेस सेंटर्स बंद कर रहा था और उनको एक ऐसा सेल्फ सर्विस कियोस्क चाहिए था जो कि सारी सर्विसेज जो है वो ऑटोमेट कर सके. So that's where we started, and now alhamdulillah we have like 20 big telcos of the world working with us. I'll just give and just play this video, please. So this is the video of Do Telecom. Do Telecom have implemented 250 of these machines, these kiosks, for all their telco services and all their wallet services. So all my mobile financial services have been implemented here. It is integrated with Emirates ID. You can imagine, the challenges working with, UAE government and the authorities. So it is connected with all the Akama details. This video is not done by us. This is actually a customer video, which is a big appreciation for us. So these are the few installations that we have. We have installations in Do Telecom, this is the new model. We have in Kenya, Canada, and Japan. Japan is the most interesting one and the most recent one. We are working with Rakuten Telecom in Japan, and you won't believe that in a country like Japan, they were spending hours to issue a basic SIM card which is activated. We have worked with them. There are a lot of bureaucracy, there are a lot of documentation which was required for that. So we cut short that experience to a few minutes now. And now Rakuten is issuing SIMs from our kiosk. That's a big achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, these machines are all manufactured in Pakistan. It's all manufactured in Karachi, in our factory. The other part of story is कि 2016 के अंदर जब हमने टेलको के लिए फर्स्ट कियोस्क बनाया था, उसके बाद हमने ये कियोस्क लेके हम गए बैंक्स के पास, और बैंक्स में बहुत ज़्यादा इतना CDMs का वो नहीं था, क्योंकि हमें समझ में आया था कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर कोई 17,000 ATMs डिप्लॉयड हैं और ओनली 50 CDMs हैं जो कि बहुत ही कम डिपॉजिट लेती हैं. तो उस वक्त हमारा मुलाकात जो है वो याया साहब से हुई, वो अभी जा चुके हैं यहाँ से, और हमने उनको अपनी पूरी स्टोरी सुनाई. और याया क्योंकि टेलेनॉर के वक्त से हमें थोड़ा जानते थे, सो दे गिव अस अ चांस. सो वो टाइम था. आज माशाल्लाह हमारी कोई 700 CDM मशीन्स पाकिस्तान में लगी हैं. इन द स्पैन ऑफ लास्ट 5-6 years वी आर डिपॉजिटिंग मोर देन 1 billion rupees every day on our network. So thank you. The other part of the story is, since we are always into collaborations and innovative partnerships, we signed up partnership with NCR in 2023, and we have few success with them. Mashallah, 1,000 ATMs sold so far with NCR, and as I mentioned that whatever we do is something related to the innovation part. So we are doing a lot of innovative initiatives with NCR. One is the CDM sidecar. You can see it at our stand. Also, we are doing a few initiatives on the AI side. And my friend from NCR, Mr. Ahmed Murad, who come all the way from Jordan to tell us about the NCR initiatives, the new initiatives on AI. Please welcome him.
Hi everyone, my name is Ahmed Murad. I'm based in Jordan, and we will be talking about the AI topic and how it's affecting the financial institution and the financial services within the system. Will this work? Okay, perfect. So I'm coming from both technical and academical background, and the best way to understand things is just to understand the basis and how things are integrated and how things has been composed. AI is about two things: the data. If you have big data, then you will have initiative to have AI, and the model that you build to extract the information, change it to a knowledge and to wisdom at a later stage. So if you have the big data collected in your data center, that means that you have gold, and you have to mine that gold from that system, and you will be using AI techniques, AI methods, algorithms to extract this information, use it in a smart way. There are expectations to have a growth in the revenue for the project, for the AI project that has been, banks are investing in AI, and this is becoming like around 4.7% of the total growth of the business. So this is the importance of having the AI. But the most important thing is how smart you utilize the AI tools and the AI technologies to extract and use it to transfer it to a better customer experience and consumer experience. So in a nutshell, it's a win-win situation. For the end users, when you introduce some AI initiatives or some AI experience, they will have some nice experience running on the ATM or mobile application, or maybe customized messages or customized loans or customized things that he will feel that he is special to the customer. And from the other side, it's more business for the banks. It's more profits for the banks. Now for the AI, we have different disciplines and different areas that we can improve. We can improve the services that we have. We can improve the ATM industry. We can rethink about the self-serve as we see it right now, to use it with a more futuristic approach. And we have also, to transfer the data to, better analytics and better results. This is also another thing that AI can be utilized within the solution. Now, the first thing that we will talk about is the self-serve machines. Now, if you introduce the AI to self-serve machines, you have the capability to enlarge and expand the usability of the ATM to be 24/7 services for the things that you are, blocked for using tellers or using interactive tellers. No, you're enabling the ATM to be 100% 24/7 available. And one of the things that we at NCR worked on is that, we invented a new solution that integrate the latest technology and the latest model of AI to transfer the user experience on the ATM to talk about digital avatar. So we have digital avatars. He can select, the character that he wants to talk with, and this avatar will provide some guidance on the ATM. So you have, an automated teller with a human interface, okay, that can, speech, can guide the user and provide him with an excellent experience without having any people running in the background. It's all initiative for the automation, for expanding services. And the other thing is that, we used also futuristic technology to enhance the user experience. In the left, and in the right side, on the bottom, you can see Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed. He's the foreign minister of UAE. And the lady next to him is not a real person. This is a hologram, but the hologram is interactive. So it's a meter greeter that can, provide guidance, greeting to the users, and also can be used to provide, let's say, guidance and talks to the ATM services as well. So this initiative has been, live. This is the first smart mission that has been implemented worldwide from governmental perspective, and this is what we support and what we, help the government to reach to this point. The next topic about AI is security. Okay, so we are in fintech, and we understand that, security is not an option. Security is critical for all financial institutions. But how we can utilize AI with security? Remember, we are having a lot of information, a lot of data that is being collected, especially for transactions. But how AI can, utilize this transaction data that we have in our data center and try to manage things that we are, we have very, very, pain point, which is fraud. So we have solutions, that can take AI modules, understand the concepts, and then be a fraud detection tools using AI. So one of the things that we use is Fractals, which is our solution to detect frauds, and it's going to be an on-the-fly detection for the frauds. It will suspect, it will score the transactions based on the patterns, based on the machine learning algorithms that we introduced. And given the data that we are having, we are just, giving success of detection, the frauds, by 99%. Another thing related to the AI for the security, which is the camera, okay? Now, for us, we have used ChatGPT, we have chosen the image, processing, we have chosen the video that is being created. But how we can use AI in, the capturing those images or capturing those videos, and how we can, enhance this as an experience for the customer and protect our ATMs. Let's say, for example, somebody like this guy is trying to steal the ATM or trying to do some fraud, okay? So one of the things that we can detect, if somebody like, wearing mask or covering something, and we have people around him, we can discover this, we can analyze the video, and we can analyze the image, and immediately ask the ATM to shut down in order to block the attack. Another thing is that, maybe somebody can block the camera, so we have also sense of AI to detect that somebody is blocking the camera for more than 5 seconds. He's planning to do something, so immediately we get alerts generated by our solution, which is the smart solution. And this will, notify some alerts. People, will get scared. So you're protecting your ATMs using smart solutions. Okay. Another topic is the AI with the maintenance. Now, again, we are collecting all the information from the ATM as well. So the status of the ATMs has been collected. We are collecting the cash, money on the ATM. Recently, you are introducing the recyclers and the deposits, okay? And this is very important, to manage the cash on the ATM and to manage the ATMs and maintain the availability. So one of the things that we also, introduce is the cash management solution. And this is very helpful solution to manage the ATM and manage the cash on the ATMs. The solution simply will work on the data that you have. It will run the machine learning algorithms to provide you with predictions and with optimization to the cash that you have on the ATM. The dead money on the ATM can be reduced. The availability of the ATM can be, maximized to the top, so you can avoid losing the ATM availability out when it comes out of cash, and maintain the suitable and the perfect amount of cash on the ATM without reducing the availability of the ATM or increasing the dead money on the ATM. So OptiCash works on optimization of the process. It will take different aspects into consideration, like the CIT visit cost, the interest rate of the money, the business of the ATM, the virtual analyst can analyze all those information with the machine learning algorithms that we have integrated in the system, so it can provide you with optimal solutions. Another thing, that we can also work with the customers, the data projects and the analytics solutions that we have. And this is very important because the experience that you can transfer to the customer is amazing. One of the things that we work with different customers is that we build an AI tool that will analyze the customer behavior for the transaction and then try to segment the users into certain groups. So we can segregate the users who are like traveling users or frequent flyers, or even we segregate between frequent flyers who are smoking versus frequent flyers who is not smoking by understanding the transaction behavior for each customer. What does this mean? It means that you know the customer very well, and you did the analysis automatically by having those machine learning and AI tools that we are applying to the customer data, which every customer have the same data, by the way. It's transactions. But those tools will extract the information, change it to a knowledge. This knowledge will provide you with the capability to have a data-driven decision, and this is very important. Once you have the AI, you have the smart utilization of this AI, you will have the smart decisions to have data-driven AI generate and work for you. So those customization, those segmentations that we have help the customer to build a targeted campaigns and targeted the product, especially to the users and the customers that they have. Okay? Now, last but not least, it's the time that you can build the future and build the history. So it is the time to utilize the AI. Everybody have seen the AI buzzword flying everywhere, but it's the smart decision to utilize the tools that you have, the tools that are available in the market for better experience for your customers and for yourself and your for benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Rahil, for the very comprehensive presentation, and we wish WaveTech and NCR to all the best to your continuous growth. Next in, we have another overseas guest, Mr. Sebastian Batista, Business Development and Project Director from Toppen Security. His topic of presentation is Securing Pakistan's Digital Payment Future. Mr. Sebastian, please give him a big hand.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sebastian Bautista, and I am the Business Development and Project Director of Toppen Security. A few weeks ago, I found myself reading the annual payment service report by the SBP, much like our friend from Brazil over here that likes to read those also. I was reading it because I was trying to find a topic that I could discuss with you today. And I didn't have to read too far to understand what I wanted to discuss. It was only after reading a few pages that I noticed a trend, and that is that the users of mobile, there's supposed to be a presentation here. There we go. That the users of digital banking and digital payments are growing year over year in Pakistan. Okay, so this is an old presentation, so I'm going to have to improvise a little bit, but my message is clear. So as I was saying, when I read that the users were growing in Pakistan, it kind of caught me by surprise because I remember when I first came to Karachi probably 3 years ago, I was checking out of a hotel and I was already a bit late for the airport. And the person in front of me checking out was paying fully with cash. And I'm not kidding, this person took 15 minutes counting the bills, and all of this time I was worried that I was going to miss my flight. I think that's a story for another day, but back to the growing users in Pakistan. I read that there is an increase of 25% of banking portal users in Pakistan. There is a 16% growth also in the mobile app banking, and an 83% growth of people using e-wallets. Now, when I saw these numbers, the message to me was very clear. And it is that what Pakistan, which was once a full cash society, a full cash economy, is now in the middle of a fully digital transformation. It was reported by the banking BMP that just as the users are growing in Pakistan, so are the claims associated with e-commerce and digital payments. It was said that between the months of January 2025 and June 2025, there were 16,000 claims, which accounted for almost 900 million rupees. So the point that I want to make is, as we are moving into the digital transformation, and as we're opening all of these ecosystems up to the public, we are also opening our systems to risks and vulnerabilities that we must be informed of and we must be prepared to defend. So today I have highlighted a few of the most present fraud cases here in Pakistan and also globally. So I wish to discuss with them a little bit and also highlight some of the mitigation strategies that have been taken into place and also that can. So I will begin with a type of fraud that was very common in the era of Max Stripes. And this is called the ATM skimming. This type of skimming is when a hacker or a scammer places a device that it used to capture the information of your magnetic stripe, and then this information is sold in the black market so people can use it, and it can be used to duplicate a card and make purchase transactions. Correct? So 10 years ago, this type of fraud was very prominent here in Pakistan until the State Bank noticed this, and in 2016, they issued a notice telling the banks that by 2018, they must, first of all, develop these EMV infrastructures and also begin to issue EMV cards. Now, I don't know the numbers locally, but I can tell you that globally, since the implementation of EMV cards, there was a decline of over 70% in these type of frauds. What I want to highlight here is that there will always be some sort of fraud, but it is up to us to catch them early and to implement these strategies, such as the EMV chip card, in order to combat them. Now, we live in a world that as one type of fraud declines, another one grows. And this is what I want to discuss next, which is the card not present. Now, the card not present fraud occurs when someone steals your credit card information. It could be your account number, your CVV, your name. They can do this by simply finding your card on the floor, taking a picture, or it also happens when someone hacks some databases and steals your card. So actually, now that we are all in the age of digital payments, there is a huge increase in these. Actually, over 73% of global card fraud losses globally stem from card not present fraud. How can we combat this? I mean, in the past years, we have introduced features such as the OTP, which send the user a signal, a one-time password to their phone or to their emails that they could then insert before completing the purchase. But this type of service was hacked. So now it's not as secure as we once thought. We must look at other technologies such as dynamic CVVs. I don't know if any of you had the chance to stop by our booths, but we can show you this. This type of technology makes it so that the CVV in the back of the card changes automatically after every transaction. So the card information that the thief has is no longer used for. There are also other ways of replacing these OTPs, which can be, for example, the customer authentication. Instead of sending the customer a one-time password which can be hacked, they could be sent a link within their app that will require them to authenticate themselves biometrically. So far, I have discussed a few specific cases of fraud and how to solve them or how to mitigate the risk. But now I want to spend a bit of time talking about the entire payment ecosystem, right? Like in many other countries, the payment ecosystems have its specific vulnerabilities and risks, and it is up to us to be aware of them so we can protect them and defend them in the best way possible. For example, one that I want to discuss about is a possible compromised merchant system. Correct? This can happen when you go to pay in a restaurant or you go to refuel your car and you, without knowing, you give your card to the teller and they take your card. At this moment, when you're not looking at the card, they can snap a picture, they can write down the number, and without you knowing, this card can be compromised. Another one is what we called phishing. Now, I think this one is a bit tricky because as opposed to the other examples that I have given you, when the card user's information is stolen unwillingly, when it comes to phishing, the card user is convinced or tricked into giving their card information willingly, right? So no amount of technology or no different features can prevent from someone willfully and willingly giving their card. So I think for these two past examples that I told you, it requires not so much technology, but a strong education to the customers, to the consumers, and also to our merchants. Again, I know we also have to look operationally at how we are processing and managing this cardholder data. Many of us could be in a day-to-day operation where we're required to hold and handle this data, but maybe I ask us to all ask ourselves and think about if we are following all of the procedures that we must be following when handling this data. Are we doing it in a secure environment? Are we doing it under dual control? Is the restricted access being followed? Are we doing audits to our systems, both internal and external audits? Are we doing vulnerability tests, penetration tests to our system? Or are we just kind of being a bit lenient in these audits, trying to save a bit of cost and a bit of time and hoping that the fraud doesn't affect us? In order to combat this attack on this payment ecosystem, I wanted to now discuss a multi-layered defense strategy that we must all keep in the front of our minds. First, we must defend the consumer, right? The customer. Like I mentioned, we have to educate this customer, make them trust that we are doing everything we can to accompany them in the digital transformation, right? This can be done through education campaigns, through biometric verification, so we know who the customers are and we can help them protect them from themselves. Operational, like I discussed, we must be sure to follow these norms and these standards that are put in place not to annoy us, not to make our lives difficult, but to make sure that we are following all of the up-to-date norms to protect this cardholder information and data. This obviously comes from PCI and PCI DSS compliance. Again, I stress the importance of regular audits. And in the case that there is a fraud or an attack in one of us, I have seen it today. We are all a very closed community, a very close network. Share it with people. Let them know where you were attacked, what happened, so we can all learn from our mistakes. And lastly, we must then focus on the technical defense layer. This is where outsider information and also solutions developed in the country can help. Technologies such as EMV chips, we saw the effect that they can have in an economy by stopping these certain kinds of frauds, right? We know the secure. We know the benefits of the 3D secure and how it used to protect all of the processes within the card. Tokenization, the skimming hardware. Let's bring in and look at what the international world is doing in terms of these technologies. There are now dynamic CVV cards, like I told you about, that prevent all of the account information to be stolen. There are biometric technologies, a lot of different features that add levels of security to the products. And I'm here to say that I truly believe that if we attack these defenses in this multi-layer defense, that we are constantly trying to keep up, to be proactive on what attacks may possibly come, I think we can create a very, very secure and network over here that our local customers and our international customers can trust. So just to wrap things up, I just want to say that we must keep in touch and updated with a continuous policy and a solution development program. Let's adopt proven international anti-fraud technologies, and let's stay ahead of these evolving digital threats, not only to protect us from the liabilities that we may have to pay, but also to protect our customers, to give them the trust that they need in order to keep coming us back. And I just have to say that during this digital transformation, I'm not here to scare you and to point out all of the different ways that our operations and our security can fail. It is a never-ending battle between companies that are trying to secure the information and hackers that are trying to find it. So let's not be scared. Let's attack it face on, and let's be aware that there are companies and there are technologies that can help us in this process. You are not alone, and we are here to help as Topan Security. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian, for enlightening us the importance of security, and definitely you did not scare us with your talks. Quickly moving on, पहले किसी दौर में कोई भी मसले का हल होता था कि गूगल कर लें, आजकल हल है चैट जीपीटी कर लें. So on that note, we have another exciting panel discussion on AI-driven innovation in Pakistan's banking sector, challenges and opportunities for digital transformation. For that, I request Mr. Aminur Rahman, Chief Digital Officer, Faisal Bank, to take the charge as moderator, and he will invite his panelists as well. So, Mr. Aminur Rahman from Faisal Bank, can we have you on the stage, please? Please give him a big round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let's give our gents over here a couple of minutes to set up. Transformation specialists in their respective fields. Firstly, I'd like to call upon Mr. Sharik Mubin, Mizan Bank. Mr. Farooq Beg, BBC. My friend Ali Naqvi from Askari Bank. Then we have Mr. Mansoor Khan, Allied Bank. Let's give our guests a warm round of applause as well, please. I understand that this is right before the lunchtime, the energy is down, but let's keep the energy up in the room. Then we have Mr. Jalal Banuri from Topan Security, Imtiaz Ahmed, TPL. Thank you, Jen. So, to get the ball rolling, we have with us on hand, like I mentioned earlier, a very interesting topic. We won't talk about theory, we won't be talking about the textbook context of artificial intelligence, because all of us in this room already know what AI is, what artificial intelligence is. And AI is absolutely not a new concept. Most of us in this room, if we love reading fiction, all of us have come across AI. And on a lighter note, we've come across AI as that all-knowing eye in the sky who's ready to take over the world. But today, coming on to the context of today's topic in terms of AI and banking, the whole perspective would be that how can we implement, or how is AI going to impact us today, tomorrow, and in the coming future in terms of changing the customer experience. So we'll carry this conversation forward, and when we talk about banking, so this panel of power-packed transformation specialists will be sharing the views how your lives, my life will change as a banking customer. So Sharik, starting off with you, so when we talk about AI and banking, so in your opinion, what groundbreaking initiatives can be taken with the help of AI to change the context of banking in Pakistan as you know today?
Ji, Assalamu alaikum everyone. So I think AI is really coming in a big way. So, it's not just a simple conversation that we do on ChatGPT. It has gone much beyond it already. So it starts small. Always it's a chatbot in the beginning. Mizan Bank also launched a chatbot last year. It is called Mizan GPT. So you go to Mizan Bank website and there's a chatbot and you can talk about all the products and services and different things that you want to inquire from the website, but now you can also talk to the bot and give you all the answers. So that's the beginning, and that's the beginning for most of the organizations. But then it evolves into sort of a sales agent, customer service agent, and then from there it penetrates into every single function of the bank. And then it goes into the realm of agentic AI. So when you talk about agentic AI, primarily what it does is that it automates the jobs of all the functions within the bank, and I don't see any function, any department, any area within the bank where you can't apply it. You take a walk across your bank, and you meet various different departments, and you see that there are a lot of people doing routine job, and then a part of their job is very mechanical, but the other part of their job requires some judgment, some discretion. So all of these jobs can now be fully automated, because we were very used to using RPAs earlier, but now combining RPAs with AI, you can completely automate each job. So the part where the staff of yours makes some judgment, or there's some discretionary elements in the job, you can replace that with AI, and then combine it with the other automated process with the agent can do, and then put it all together. It automates the entire function. Going forward, now I definitely see that a lot of jobs will go away, which is a bad news, but I think this is coming in a big way. A lot of operational nature jobs will go away eventually, and then that's another question for some other day, as to what we're gonna do with all of these people who will then be redundant. And then obviously you reskill them, redeploy them. As you grow, you need more people, but you redeploy them somewhere else. But a lot of these routine jobs are going to be completely vanished. Within the bank, I think it's not just the risk management where you can use AI, it's fraud management, it's customer services, it's IT. There is a lot of monitoring that you need to do in IT. And AI is very good at pattern detection, and then it can identify outliers, and that is where you need to see how your IT systems are working and what is going wrong. InfoSec, a lot of threats you can identify by using AI analytics. You talk about campaigns, the data-driven campaigns which identify people who are likely to go for your your products and services. You can identify them through running analytics, AI-based analytics on your databases, large amounts of databases. So all of these departments, all of these functions will eventually get a lot to automate using AI. So I think it's really there. So it's not skepticism anymore. I think you'll do a lot of this happening over the next 2 years. A lot of banks will automate their things.
Thanks, Sharik. So one interesting fact that Sharik pointed out was, that fear factor with any new technology. So when there's any new tech coming in, there's always this fear factor that it's going to replace people. But stemming from that same point, if you go back 30, 40 years in banking, Sharik, you might agree that when the ATM came in, the automatic teller machine, it doesn't mean that all the tellers in the branches have vanished or disappeared, but they've taken a new form. So likewise, while AI might displace certain job functions or job titles, yet it will open up the opportunity for a lot more avenues, maybe like Sharik mentioned in data analytics, business marketing, and many other cross-functional areas where there'll be new opportunities. So stemming forward from the same conversation, Farooq, I'd like to take the conversation over to you when we talk about the banking and the financial sector. And you and your entity play a very key role in new tech which enters into banking. So the question which a lot of us have from tech players like BPC is that at this point in time, there's a lot of talk and buzzword about AI. But when we actually talk about the ground realities, what are those applications which are currently there in place at this point in time, which are driving that significant change in banking in Pakistan?
Thank you, Amin. So if you primarily look at the Pakistani banking landscape altogether in context to AI, there are three major areas that I see that the bank has progressed really well. One is the conversational AI, that is the chatbots, as Sharik and yourself just said, and a little bit of the WhatsApp banking is there also along with that. The second is the enterprise fraud management system or the risk management system that has been deployed by many banks up till now. And thanks to State Bank, for the mandate and the circular that are coming up and driving that AI innovation altogether at that vertical as well. And the third part is towards the intelligent document processing and the robotic process automation. So if you look at all these three verticals, there is a huge potential of the scale as well. I mean, we have seen that the chatbots are usually used for facts, for questions, frequently asked questions, but there is a space of started doing the transactional banking through these bots as well, and then moving up towards a cross-selling of different products to the customers altogether, and eventually making it as an agent bot altogether. That's what Sharik has also said. Whereas on the enterprise fraud, I've seen that now the banks are in consolidation right now, where the user profiles are being maintained in their systems, which gives a 360 view of that customer, of having that relationship within the bank, within that particular bank itself. So that was the first step. But the second step would be that what about a customer that has a certain relationship with Bank A and it has a totally opposite relationship with Bank B. So I think that is the next step where this regulation and where these these things are moving forward with. An aggregation of the customer data needs to be placed there in order to mitigate or in order to identify those common point of compromises or common point of persons which are doing the risk with a certain financial institution. The third goes to the document processing. I've seen that few of the banks have started deploying internal systems for document processing. But why these document processing are primarily for asking different questions from the system and then get it resolved. But you can scale it to a virtual developer altogether, or why not, you scale it to a certain point where the back office operations can be made more efficient to get concluded altogether. So I think these three areas have huge potential. The banks have already started, the wave of AI and has already started implementing different products, and that's how they are, they are going to scale in the near future.
Interesting conversation, interesting. So would you like to share if there's any particular area that you're focusing on right now in terms of BPC?
Yeah, so BPC provides enterprise fraud management system, and we have deployed it in almost around 6 to 7 banks in Pakistan up till now. We are not providing only the product itself, but it has the capabilities of machine learning and AI bots at the back as well. So right now it's more of a transactional and rule-based engines that has been deployed. And obviously, primarily, these ML models need some data to drive, and predict the right, answers, or predict the right way for the customers altogether while doing a transaction in real time. I think probably after a year time, the machine learning models will be enabled with all these 6 banks that we have, provided the solution with. And I think that's how we are going to go about it.
Thanks, Farooq. So you see, AI is, it's not a race to the finish line. It's not about a one-time solution or whoever goes there, whoever crosses the finish line first. It's an evolution. We are at the cusp of that technological evolution, not just in banking, but across all other facets of life. So coming to you, Ali, in terms carrying forward the same conversation, there are a lot of banks which are experimenting on AI, and I believe that Askari is also doing a lot of experimentation around AI, internal and external use cases. So one of the pitfalls for any new tech, which us as technology and financial sector people and experts sitting in the room, one of the biggest pitfalls or the fear factor for us is the adoption part of it. So Ali, in your opinion, how can we ensure that, the new tech coming in, the adoption does not fail or it's kind of like loses momentum?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, for the opportunity. I'll share our Askari experience on it because it comes directly from the trenches. These days, AI has all the bells and whistles around it. We all know there's a strong buzz around it. But I still think it's in that nascent stage, and it requires a couple of more years before it gets embedded into all solutions. And we all know the headlines of institutionalizing AI into banking, leadership, culture, capability, and all of that. But I want to quickly delve into the practical part of it. Isko zameen pe kaise utara jaye? How do we make part of the banking play? When we approached it, post-evaluation number of off-the-shelf commercial solutions, so one thing that we understood that it is all fancy from the outside, but complex and tricky from the inside. That is implementation and adoption part. And the challenges are associated with primarily with the reliability and its fencing issues. So at times, जब organizations इसको approach करती हैं, they go by with the sequential pattern, governance first, data, people, process, and then technology. So we think that if you start off with governance, you'll be stuck with it forever. And governance on paper will always be challenging. It has to be done by the people who are on ground building those solutions for you, knowing really what are the challenges and what are the ways to go around it. And which is why we went in with a slightly different approach. We said people first. Why people first? Because internal capability is the most critical for you to be internally successful, which is the most important thing. And then, of course, managing third-party collaborations in the same manner. So we hired the right talent, placed them on the ground, and their first task was to understand our data. This is the challenge that most of the organizations face because they are not sure, comfortable about making their databases for the decision making. So while doing that, they started making machine learning based models. And then simultaneously, because straight through problems does not require really the advanced levels of AI, machine learning can do the job. And then simultaneously, they started using classical AI algorithms to solve complex problems across retail, risk, operations, consumer, and all of that. So that then brings the entire bank together, and they are on board, and they are, seeing the value. And as for technology, we have worked off the laptops and desktops. And now when it is time to scale, now we are exploring most probably cloud opportunities, because we are starting off with SLMs and then moving into LLMs. And for cloud, we'll make sure that it is only for compute. The data exchange does not happen there. So we have had our failures, but quickly we learned the ways of going back to this methodical approach that I've just explained. Yeah.
I think the most important part, Ali, like all of us technologists over here and those in the tech industry would understand that it's not about failing, it's about how fast you get up when you face a hurdle. So I think good luck to you, Ali, and Askari Bank in the experimentation. I'm sure if there's a lot of cross-collaboration across the industry, there's a lot to learn, and you can grow together much faster if there's a lot of collaboration. So stemming from the same thing, moving on to you, Mansoor, when we talk about banks, one of the biggest challenges that all of us who are associated with banks directly or indirectly, we understand that one of the biggest challenges in any traditional institution, especially like a bank, which is more compliance and risk conscious, is the adoption part of it. So what are the most significant hurdles you face can be there in banks, especially around new tech, around AI?
Thank you, Amin, and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I think it is a very good question, because we all are doing some experiments
to ensure the privacy of that data. So in terms of this, I mean, we need to make sure that whatever the data we have, we need to secure that with the application at the application level, and also the consent from the customer is also very important. And the decision when the AI makes, there should also be an appeal for the customer. So basically, if the decision is made on the credit scoring or anything, so the customer should then come for an appeal. And from the risk, and so when we start, we should start as a pilot with that data, and we should onboard at the initial level the risk, the compliance, so that there is that AI council within the organization, and right from very start, so the technology enablers or the digital enablers are onboarded with the risk experts and the teams. And then we have certain players in the market who would provide you with the AI-based cybersecurity solutions, where we can predict in real time the challenges which gonna come. So I think the AI is already here. We just need to have a strategy around it to make it successful, and we should not, I think, try to look to like boil the ocean at once. We should start small. We need to do pilot, and we test it, and if it's successful, we need to secure it then before it comes to the market for the customers. Thank you.
Very relevant. So amongst our panelists of bankers and financial experts, we've also got a gentleman from the insurance industry, extremely important, and risk underwriters. So Imtiaz, where we talk about financial sector, we talk about banking, insurance is also a very intensive, customer-oriented industry. So how do you think AI can transform the experience in the insurance sector?
This one's working. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, so I mean, in my opinion, there are multiple factors, but before proceeding further, I would like to highlight one thing, that bank covers money, they manage money, and insurance manage risks. So it is very important to be recalled in a manner, and keeping that part in consideration, we can proceed with the approach where we can work on specific areas, because like mentioned my fellow panelist, maximum of the factors and elements have been covered by them, but important part falls where we should work in a manner through we can add value to the customer, because most of the tools and features are available in the market, but AI and the data, everything is being annotated everyone is working on AI, multiple use cases, data gathering, everything is happening. But what happens if you're not converting into a result and providing a value to the customer? So that's where I think insurance comes in. And I'm not talking about the comprehensive insurance and talking about the micro insurance products. And AI can play a vital role in this way through it can help for the risk assessment. Number one. Number two is since AI will be implemented, so then it can keep a track of the transactions, the behavior, and it can also track that where exactly the money is being transacted. Everything can be recorded, right? And so now the modules can be annotated, and the data can be annotated in that manner through. It can assess the risk, number one, and then underwrite the policies accordingly. And then whatever is being offered, it can be offered in as a micro insurance product. For example, if I'm using any bank's application, and I can make the payment to anyone. I can pay school fee. I can pay utility bill. So why don't we add a kind of feature, a product over there, so the customer can simply go and while making the school fee, paying the full school fee, they can get the insurance of their child school fee. I mean, the school fee can be insured for 3 months. The 3-month school fee can be insured. Number one, semester fee, it could be anything. And if a customer is paying a utility bill, like a K electric bill, so the home insurance can be tagged along. So that's a kind of value we can bring into the table, and customer can feel valued. Oh yes, he is being heard. And then obviously the AI can also be utilized for the automation of the claims as well. So rather than paying the claims in several days, it can be paid instantly, and in just 2 to 3 hours.
Thanks, Imtiaz. So I guess as customers of insurance companies, I think this is one of our biggest desires, that any claim settlement doesn't take days and weeks, but it could be handled in hours and minutes. So being cognizant of the time, I think in the next round, we'll keep it a bit faster to keep it to the point. So Ali, I'll start with you that one of the biggest challenges for any new tech, this is the whole conversation that we've had around this panel, the challenges around new tech. So how can we ensure that AI doesn't become a one-off project or a one-off adventure in the organization or in the bank? How does it become an everyday operational activity?
Great question. I alluded to 2 major points in my last discussion. One, in-house capability is extremely important. And number 2, it has to be step-by-step approach. These steps can take place simultaneously. It does not have to be sequential. So when, creating that a certain level of institutionalization in the organization, acceptance of AI, then we have moved into generative AI after doing all that I've explained. And then the conversational part of it, speech to text, text to speech. So initially, we are training an agent to handle our product knowledge and general maintenance of the thing so that the call center agent can be replaced. And then this is a gateway to agentic AI. From there onwards, you can train that agent to handle tasks through APIs and tools. So this is really the way. And then, and the start, we are working with, and my in-house teams, and we are working with a third party, we are collaborating, but the most of the part is being handled by in-house Askri's own team. They are working on the LLMs. To start with, this is an SLM. We are working with parameters around 7 to 8 billion. But when we launch it, we'll scale it to 70, 80 billion. Then this turns into LLM, the large language model. And then knowing the business, we are also sensitive to what kind of solutions we are using. For HR bots, we are using Mistral, which carries emotions. For other things, we use Llama, which is direct. So, having that kind of in-house knowledge really puts you on top of really handling the journey. So I think this is really the way, yeah.
Interesting perspective, Ali, and I guess part of the agility also lies in handling it yourself rather than outsourcing every single thing, especially any new tech. So Sharik, stemming from the earlier points that you mentioned, that when we talk about AI adoption in banks, so how can we ensure that that initial resistance or that inertia of any existing organization, how do we cut across that challenge that you face across, the human resource part of it?
So, I think we need to create a couple of success stories. So that is the first step. So when you create one success story and then you socialize it within the bank and people can see how it is benefiting the bank and what kind of similar things that they can do using a similar technology, I think that is when you start to remove the resistance or the change part becomes easier. And then also, because these days we are exposed to tools like ChatGPT in our personal capacity as well. So we all know the wonders that it does at our personal level. And then at some point in time, we try and imagine how can we use the same technology to automate my work. And that is where the things start to become more normal. And maybe trainings are needed, and it is important to train a couple of people from each department so that they understand that this thing that they personally use can also be translated into their assignment of work at office. So the trainings happen, and then a couple of success stories, and then you start to map each department and give them AI journeys for each of them. You start small, and then slowly you grow it into into something big. So I think that is going to be the process if you want to take it forward within the organization.
So if it's not a business secret, would you like to share a couple of examples of how you've created that?
Nothing secret. We started off with Mizan GPT last year, and we developed the model and trained it on Mizan specific use cases. We trained this model on over 2,000 documents. So, and then this mini brain is now available for us to do various other use cases. Now, if we get customer complaints or we get a lot of emails on a daily basis, the first use case is going to be that we should be able to respond to those emails using some agents, because we can already use this functionality on a chatbot where the customers can come and engage with this chatbot on the website. So at the same time, if customers are sending us emails, we can respond to their emails. And if customer is complaining about a certain thing, we can take a complaint, develop an agent which can take a complaint out of that email and log it onto the complaint management system using RPAs and the combination of that. Plus, there are a lot of other, for example, compliance. A lot of times we send out queries to our compliance department. Okay, we are developing this product. Is this compliant with the state bank regulations or not? So we have also put in the state bank circulars and all of these things for over the last 20 years, whatever circulars and state bank letters have come out into a smaller model, and then you can ask all of your compliance related queries from that model and get a complete answer as to whatever you're developing is going to be compliant with the state bank regulations or not. So that's another use case. Similarly, you go into legal and they have a lot of contracts, and if you want to just search anything out of those contracts. But you see, the trick is to develop a hybrid system whereby you have your own in-house on-premises system, and you have a couple of GPUs running that, empowering your in-house system, and then you take some load out to the cloud. So what you need to do is to, whenever you get any query or any use case, you decide first whether it's going to be solved at the cloud level. If it doesn't have the PII information or some sensitive data, if it does have some sensitive data, you route it to your in-house models. So that hybrid approach is very important, because you need to scale this to all of these departments, and you cannot continue to build GPUs over GPUs and the data, data farm within your own bank. You need to sort of manage this load. And a lot of other departments, you go to CAD department, they get a lot of invoices to process. So these models are very good at scanning these invoices, taking out the relevant data from the invoice of quantity, description, total value, the tax amount, and then you need to feed that data into your other systems. So these are the kind of use cases that you can very easily automate. So we are now working with all the functions within the bank, and we have noticed that every department is doing something or the other where they can use this very, very effectively.
Interesting use cases, Sharik. So when we talk about innovation, so side by side goes along risks. So Mansoor, when we talk about the balance between innovation and risk management, how do you think we can strike that balance, especially when we talk about ethical AI and we talk about the risk management, responsible AI practices?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. I think first and foremost, you need to have internal policy and procedures around AI applications with do's and don'ts, and where to put guardrails, what data you can send to the clouds, what you cannot. So another aspect would be you need to risk categorize your AI applications. You can risk categorize them into low risk, to moderate risk, to high risk. For low risk, like conversational chatbots, I think they are low risk if they are answering the normal queries. So you don't need any kind of guardrails there. But if you go for any moderate risk or high risk, then you need to decide where to put the human in the loop. You need to put humans to verify, validate before finalizing those results to the customer or any of your internal staff. So another aspect would be you need to put the responsible AI by implementing the explainability. So you know the results that you are getting, they are with some explainability. So all these different things, I think by putting that, you can build some responsible AI. And another thing would be you need to do regular audits, so you can see there are no biases in those AI models, because they are prone to that. So I think with these techniques, we can build a responsible AI infrastructure.
Thanks, Mansoor. So since we're running out of time, one last quick question, Farooq, since it's an important one when you talk about the regulatory perspective. So in Pakistan's regulatory framework, especially around AI and talk about cloud adoption, etc. So how do you think the adoption can permeate given the current framework, or do you think any changes are required in the AI policies?
So I think, the basic, line is, the basic is, framework is already there. If we talk about cloud, we talk about two things. One is data production, and the second thing is about outsourcing of the systems altogether. So if we talk about outsourcing, the State Bank outsourcing framework, which was launched in 2023, is still there. And we also know that there is a draft of, Personal Data Protection Act that has been drafted by the State Bank as well. We just have to make them AI aware. That's what I see as the first step. And then, amend a lot of assessments in terms of AI within these frameworks altogether. And I think that should be the starting point altogether, and then moving up towards a sandbox for the banks and for the fintechs, so that AI experiments can be done in a controlled environment altogether. So that's what I see, the immediate step that needs to be taken, in terms of the regulation and the framework adoption, and its scalability towards AI.
Thanks, Farooq. I'm sure there are a lot of interesting questions that our guests over here might have with our panelists, but since we're running out of time, I think we can take it up during the lunch break. I'd like to thank all of you power-packed panelists, and thank you very much for your views, and we'd love to connect with you during the break. Thank you. Group photograph, gentlemen. It's Lal, we won't let you off so easy.
Thank you, gentlemen. That was a great session. I'm sure that AI-driven innovation पे बहुत बात हो सकती है with such senior leaders we have. Moving on quickly to the next session, which is on cyber resilience in financial services. Is the industry ready for a systematic attack? Very intense topic. To moderate this discussion, I request Mr. Asher Faisal Khan, CEO Comtel Systems LLC, to come on stage, and he will invite his panelist. Please give him a big hand to Mr. Asher Faisal.
Thank you very much. So I would like to call the panelist Ali Imran from UPL. If you can join us on the stage, please. Kashful Haq from Cisco Systems. Zishan Saab from Stock Exchange. We have an interesting panel over here. Zishan Saab, he's from Stock Exchange. So, So, when we talk about Stock Exchange, it has different in terms of the financial services which you provide to the industry. So, I'm going to start with you first, Zishan Saab. First of all, can you tell what do we mean by cyber resilience? I mean, just from your thought perspective.
सर बेसिकली जैसे प्रीवियस हम डेज में देखते हैं कोई भी आईटी रिलेटेड डिजास्टर हो तो आपके पास उसकी स्ट्रेटजीज होती हैं कि आपने डाटा की रिकवरी कैसे करनी है, डाटा की रिस्टोरेशन कैसे करनी है, उसकी मीन टाइम टू रिकवरी क्या है। इसी तरह साइबर अटैक्स के लिए आपके पास रेजिलियंस सिस्टम्स होना ज़रूरी है कि अगर इन केस आपके पास कोई रैंसमवेयर अटैक होता है, आपके ऊपर कोई डाटा लीकेजेस के अटैक होते हैं, कोई इनसाइडर अटैक्स होते हैं, तो आपके पॉलिसीज प्रोसीजर्स क्या हैं और वो कितने मैच्योर हैं। क्या आप लोगों ने अपनी साइबर ड्रिल्स जो हैं वो कंप्लीट की हैं, पेनिट्रेशन टेस्टिंग की है, ताकि आप अपनी जिस भी साइबर रिलेटेड सर्विसेज जो कि 24/7 चल रही हैं वो आप उनको टाइमली प्रोटेक्ट कर सकें। क्योंकि अब अगर कोई भी इंसिडेंट है तो वो अपॉर्चुनिटी लॉस या बिजनेस लॉस में जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री है वहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटी लॉस है। बहुत सारी जगहों पे फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूट्स जो बैंक्स हैं वहाँ पे फाइनेंशियल लॉस है, लेकिन अगर अपॉर्चुनिटी लॉस है तो बहुत सारे जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स हैं पाकिस्तान में ग्लोबल लेवल पे, क्योंकि स्टॉक एक्सचेंज ग्लोबली डील करता है, तो वो आपकी रेपुटेशन तक पे चली जाती है। कोई भी एक माइनर इंसिडेंट जो है ना वो स्टॉक एक्सचेंज का रिपोर्ट करता है ब्लूमबर्ग पे, और ब्लूमबर्ग जो है वो फिर पूरी दुनिया में उसको मुख्तलिफ तरीके से प्रोपोगेट करती है। और जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है, जो इन्वेस्टमेंट का इंडिकेटर है पाकिस्तान में, वो पाकिस्तान स्टॉक एक्सचेंज है। तो उसको सिक्योर करना, उसमें रेजिलियंस बिल्ड करना, ये एक मेजर चैलेंज है।
बिल्कुल, वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थॉट्स। Ali, you come from a financial sector and you worked in Nadra, you worked in different banks as well. Representing UPL, I would like to know more about what do you think of what is cyber resilience for you as an organization?
Well, cyber resilience is basically an ability of an organization not just to withstand an attack but to recover from the attack. So basically it includes your preparation, your cyber incident response plan, that before the attack, your planning, your preparation to handle that attack and to quickly respond to that attack and to recover from that attack. So this is that's basically a resilience, cyber resilience. This is not just securing or implementing preventive controls. I mean, this is more about the ability to recover and withstand an attack and operate even under attack. I mean, the ability of an organization to operate even if it's facing an attack. So that's the cyber resilience by definition.
So coming to Kashif, you come from the OEM perspective, and Cisco is one of the largest security providers globally. So you as leading Cisco in Pakistan, how do you see the resilience, or how do you define the cyber resilience from your perspective as a No, it's working.
सॉरी, आवाज़ आ रही है? पहले तो मैं एहतजाज करना चाहता हूँ कि वेंडर वर्सेस कस्टमर जो है we have got the bike without charge. But sorry, coming back to it, yeah, I think Ashar, and I agree with both of these points. Besides, I think there are a lot of people under this roof right now who probably are more knowledgeable than us on security, resiliency, cyber resiliency, but we have to take a step back. And we have to take a step back in understanding in today's world, from a banking perspective being one of the critical sectors or PSX, where the financials are involved, we have to understand why it happens, how it happens. You know, what is the basic structure of deploying security across your infrastructure, right? When we talk about this, there are different parameters of security. One of them obviously is technology. There is not a solution that can give you satisfaction of saying that we are 100% covered or we are covered to a greater extent. This also has started to engage into crossing a line into a social behavior as well, which is, to be honest, not a greater level. It's not covered by technology. It's covered by training people. It's covered by telling them what to do and what not to do, right? One of the biggest way of getting into your system is a phishing attack. And phishing attack does not happen through technology in a greater extent today. It could happen over your WhatsApp or a message or a phone call or anything else. It can be as simple as that you are attending a phone call. Meaning in this room, let's assume that there are 300 people. I can guarantee you 250 people have their Bluetooth, Wi-Fi or something open where somebody can access that and get into your system, right? When we talk about this, I think in last 5 years or 6 years, banks have done a lot of stuff to ensure their infrastructure and their customer is locked and secure. But if you go back 2 days ago, you must have seen. Thank you. आप 2-3 दिन पहले आपने वो खबर पढ़ी होगी जिसमें most of the data from an FPR or one of the sources got hacked and it's available with your NIC, with your salary slips and God knows what else. Even deploying all the solution, I think there is still a lot of risk, and this is changing, right? We were just talking about MDR as one of them, XDR, managed XDR is one of them, that you need to start understanding that there are people out there in the world who actually are doing this for living every day. And they have a lot more knowledge of understanding where the penetration attacks are happening and why it's happening, and start to cover this, right? It could be as simple as keeping yourself updated at all times. May that be Windows, AIX, God knows. I mean, that's a list of next 2 hours. So we need to continue monitoring our system, and we need to understand why it happens. And I think one of the points that these guys have said is very important, which is how quickly can you recover when it happens? Yeah. So the question is not if, the question is when, right? Come with the thoughts.
So coming back to Zishan Saab, you did mention a bit about what you think cyber resilience is, and then you talked about the impact of cyber attacks and how it can actually impact not just the operational aspect, but we're talking about a reputational damage or globally. So just to have more insight, what parameters or what you as stock exchange are doing to create that cyber resilience thought process within the organization? Because as Kashif mentioned, it's not just having the technology, but it involves a lot of services, awareness of the teams, internal organization and stuff like that. So we would like to hear a little on what stock exchange is doing in order to create that.
अच्छा, एक्चुअली देखें इसमें 2 पार्ट है मेजर. एक पार्ट है फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग ये नहीं मानते कि मैं क्लाउड सर्विसेज के ऊपर जो है वो अगर मैंने एंटीवायरस लिया है या मैंने कोई और सोल्यूशन लिया है या मैंने कोई थ्रेट हंटिंग की कोई सब्सक्रिप्शन लिया है तो मैं उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट करूँ. तो ये साइबर सिक्योरिटी का एक्सपोजर आपको अपनी मैनेजमेंट को कराना बहुत ज़रूरी है. दूसरा जितने भी इंसिडेंट्स पास्ट 2 इयर्स में हुए हैं हमने उसकी एक शॉर्टर जो है वो प्रेजेंटेशन बनाई और अपने बोर्ड को मल्टीपल लोगों को प्रेजेंट करी कि सर देखें उनके पास जिनके पास भी ये इम्पैक्ट आया है उससे उनकी रेपुटेशन क्या लॉस हुई है, अपॉर्चुनिटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ बिजनेस क्या लॉस हुआ है। फिर हमने जो है वो उसके ऊपर अपनी लेयर्ड अप्रोच जो है ना वो सिक्योरिटी की लगाई है कि सिस्टम लेवल पे क्या सिक्योरिटीज़ होनी चाहिए, नेटवर्क लेवल्स पे क्या सिक्योरिटी होनी चाहिए, एप्लीकेशंस पे क्या होनी चाहिए। तो जैसे काशी साहब ने कहा कि आपको जो है वो उसकी मॉनिटरिंग और उसकी कंप्लाइंस करना भी ज़रूरी है। फिर उसके ऊपर आपको साइबर ड्रिल्स करने की ज़रूरत है कि आप खुद एक प्रैक्टिस करें। जैसे हम आईटी के सिस्टम में डीआर की ड्रिल करते हैं, हमें पता चलता है कि यार अगर ये सेटअप मैं अपने प्रोडक्शन से उठा के डीआर पे लेके जाऊंगा तो क्या कितना टाइम लगेगा मुझे। इसी तरह साइबर ड्रिल्स में भी आपको देखना पड़ेगा कि अगर इस तरह का कोई अटैक होता है तो किस किस जगह पे वो अटैक आइडेंटिफाई हो रहा है, किस बंदे ने किस तरीके से उस पर बिहेव करना है, कौन कौन सी सर्विसेज अप एंड रनिंग कितनी देर में करनी है। ये अलाइन होगा आपका बिजनेस क्रिटिकल एप्लीकेशंस के साथ कि अगर मेरे पास एक्सचेंज की लिमिटेशन प्योरिटी नहीं है तो ठीक है मैं उसको ईमेल नहीं चलेगी 2 घंटे, लेकिन अगर मेरा बिजनेस नहीं चलेगा तो मुझे उसको प्योरिटी करना है। तो ये चीज़ें करना, इसकी एक्सरसाइजेस करना, फिर दूसरा थर्ड पार्टी असेसमेंट्स कराना, वीएपीटी की रिपोर्ट्स सबमिट करना, टाइमली क्लोज करना, फिर एक सिंगल वेंडर पे डिपेंडेंसी बिल्ड नहीं करना। हर वैसे वेंडर आन के कहता है कि सर मेरा ज़ीरो ट्रस्ट आर्किटेक्चर लगा लें, सब कुछ इसमें क्लियर हो जाएगा, लेकिन सारे एग्स जो है वो आपने वन बास्केट में नहीं रखने हैं साइबर रेजिलियंस के लिए।
Interesting thoughts, Zishan Saab. Thank you very much for that. Moving to Ali Bhai, what is you as a bank doing, because you're one of the top banks in Pakistan. So how you are investing in cyber resilience and what you have already done, and what do you see you're going to do in next 12 months to have this cyber resilience in place?
Coming back to the topic, actually, we were more focused, as per topic, we were focused on the systemic attacks, basically, which not just basically affects only one organization. It basically affects the whole ecosystem of the financial sector, maybe, or not just one bank. But specifically, coming back to your question again, being a bank, we are working on our cyber resilience from the day first. State Bank is very much a prudent regulator within the Pakistan, if we compare it with the other regulators in Pakistan. So all the banks, they're basically working for their cybersecurity maturity and cyber resilience in a much mature way in comparison to other organizations in Pakistan. So being one of the bank, we're very much concerned about cybersecurity and cyber resilience. We have more focus on implementing preventive controls in a proper way. We focus on conducting regular red teaming exercises to check whether to check the response from the cyber monitoring teams, and to check whether our preventive controls are in fact actually they're doing their job properly. And we're doing internal penetration testing. We're trying to find the vulnerabilities ahead of that time. I mean, like and our internal VAP teams, basically they check the application for vulnerabilities before they move any changes to the production environment, and before the vulnerabilities basically make their way to the public-facing infrastructure. So we're doing so many things. I mean,
thank you, Ali. Zishan Saab, you interestingly mentioned, and I think it was a very interesting point and valid point, that as we do DR drills, so the cyber drills could be another thing. So coming back to Kashif, usually I think it's called table talk exercise. So you as a Cisco, because you talked about technology, we know Cisco does a lot of technology. We also know, as a partner that you do a lot of services. In terms of providing table talk exercises and incident IRR retainers. What is Cisco offering, and how do you see the adaptation in the local and in international community or the customers, and how do you see it's moving in the in Pakistan?
Right.
Are you getting some new customers on board who are coming to you and asking more around services component, which might include IRR, incident response retainer, or they're asking, can we have a tabletop exercise where they can actually go through that drill, which Ishan sir just mentioned, where they actually involve the management. They said, okay guys, if something goes wrong, this is how we're going to go into everything. That's how the management will be involved. And these are the steps we'll see, which will involve our marketing, PR, other departments. Of course, IT and cybersecurity is always there. So what is Cisco, how does Cisco see this globally and locally?
So thanks, Ashar. So I'm going to touch 3 points on this. One of them is that while Cisco is a vendor, we do have 90,000 employees scattered globally. And then on top of it, another 30,000 red badges, which is 120,000 people scattered in the world. So at the end of the day, and being one of the key security vendors as well, we do have a reputational risk, probably as high, even if not higher than a bank, right? Or mukhtalif stock exchanges, right? So it's very important for us to make sure our infrastructure, our way of doing things is very clean. So we do continuously keep on investing into this, DR exercises, you know, and all of this. And it has helped us to make sure कि यार जो चीज़ें हम अपने infrastructure में run कर रहे हैं are actually helping us to make sure it's as clean as it can be. I won't say 100% because there is nothing called 100%. Lekin that's one part of it. The second part of it, the impact of any attack. It doesn't matter with bank, it doesn't matter anything else. It used to be in millions of dollars, then it became billions, then it became trillions. I don't know if you have currency even bigger than that to start thinking about the impact of when it happens. The third point that I'm going to touch is, so Cisco in last 18 months, let's move a little further, let's say in last 2 years, has actually invested about $55–60 billion into acquisitions and R&D for security products. And there was a session right before this where a lot of intellectual people were talking about AI and AI's impact on banking. So start thinking about it this way, that when AI actually is impacting the good way of doing things, AI is also impacting the bad way of doing things, right? So when you look at that, for AI to crack a password will take milli of seconds, or get into infrastructure and do things that none of us want to do, will take milliseconds, right? And Cisco being our core business has always been networking, obviously. And then we got into security about 15–20 years ago, and there is a big, very decent big security portfolio that we are working with in the bank. There are banks who we are doing with SOC development, soft maturity assessment, we are doing IRR, we are doing red teaming, we are doing blue teaming, you know, and the list besides the security portfolio that we have. And I think you have to realize, and I don't think there is a dollar amount that you can say, okay, I have invested enough on security. The way digital world is going, the way Generation Z and the next one are going into this technology wave of saying, okay, we are not going to visit it because this is banking, so I'll stick to banking. We don't want to visit branches. We want to do everything on our iPad and iPhone and phones and God knows what else. I think it's becoming more and more important for people to go and invest into technology, which means go and invest into security portfolio as well. Multiple vendors, one vendor is a debate. It happens worldwide as well. I don't think there is a right answer to it. You know, it is what you feel
in terms of
comfortable
Kashif adaptation. I mean, because
adaptation, right?
In terms of, because globally you see that everyone has this incident response retainer in place, right? How do you think the local market is going in a direction where they are coming to you more as before? Do you have more customers who are asking for table talk exercise? So if you can just give us an insight, how do you see the local market growing on that side?
So I think,
as Cisco?
So I think the biggest peak we saw from a security portfolio from discussion on table talk exercises or red teaming or blue teaming or IRR or anything was when it actually happened with a couple of banks. So the following year we saw a really high peak of people looking into security. To my understanding, that peak should have gone to another peak in a couple of years. It has not. And I don't know if the industry is actually waiting for something bad to happen to increase that investment into security portfolio or not. That is the answer that obviously customers can give. But I think, and I agree with Zishan Bhai, KR, we have to keep on going back to the board. And it's not about taking thing from my head to put somebody else's head, but we need to keep on going back to the boards and our executives and everyone else to say this is a continuous exercise of investment. You know, PSX having an attack for Dana Khasta is a serious issue in the country. And people have to understand that you have to keep on investing into this portfolio, even if nothing has happened that you know of in last 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. So to answer to that question is, I've seen a peak right after that, and after that it's a gradual investment that has been done. Some banks have not stopped doing it. Some banks didn't focus on it as much as they should have. Some did. So we have worked with a couple of banks where we saw more of newer services that, because security portfolio apni jagah hai, services apni jagah hai, right? Behavior apni jagah hai. These three have different roles to play, but end result is the same, which is to provide more security to the organization. And I think services wise, as industry, we are not where we should be.
Interesting thoughts. Zishan Saab, coming back to the readiness. So I wish Khwaja Saab was here. We could ask him something regarding the government. I kept the government question to him. So what do you think the government is doing in terms of pushing you as stock exchange, in terms of having cyber resilience and managing and pushing your infrastructure in terms of regulations or compliances? Is something happening over there? And if not, what do you think that should be?
अच्छा देखिए, प्रीवियस जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान का बिहेवियर रहा है वो रहा है फोकस टू बैंक्स ओनली. उन्होंने अपना ETGRM का फ्रेमवर्क बनाया, बैंक्स को स्टेट बैंक के थ्रू पुश किया, बहुत सारी कंप्लाइंसेस कराई, साइबर हाइजीन की एक्सरसाइजेस कराई. लेकिन कुछ टाइम के बाद उनको रियलाइज़ हुआ कि सिर्फ हमारी इंडस्ट्री ये नहीं है, हमारी इंडस्ट्री का पार्ट और भी है. ये जो अभी साइबर वॉर चली हमारी पाकिस्तान और इंडिया की, इसके बाद नेशनल सर्च जो है वो पाकिस्तान लेवल पे बहुत ज़्यादा जो है वो एक्टिव है, बहुत सारी एक्सरसाइजेस कर रहा है, बहुत सारी अवेयरनेस दे रहा है. और जो हमारे भी सेशन हुए मल्टीपल उनके साथ, हमने भी उनसे कहा ठीक है, जब हम बजट बना के लेके जाते हैं तो मैनेजमेंट को अवेयरनेस नहीं होती इन चीज़ों की, आप उनकी भी एक अवेयरनेस सेशंस करें. और इस वक्त नेशनल सर्च जो है, अगर आप उनकी वेबसाइट पे जाएं तो ऑलमोस्ट 2 इवेंट्स इन अ वीक जो है वो मिनिमम हमें उनके नज़र आ रहा है. और वो बहुत सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में जा रहे हैं और उनको अवेयर कर रहे हैं. ये पहला इनिशिएटिव है इन अ हिस्ट्री के हम देख रहे हैं कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर या साइबर अवेयरनेस के ऊपर वो काम कर रहे हैं. और वो अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को पुश कर रहे हैं कि आप जो है वो लोगों को ट्रेनिंग्स कराएं, लोगों को इन हाउस चीज़ों पे अपग्रेड करें. ये गवर्नमेंट का इनिशिएटिव है जो कि सरप्राइजिंगली अच्छा है. यह शायद पाकिस्तान की रेपुटेशन जो एक दफ़ा दाव पे लग चुकी है और जो बच चुकी है, शायद इन फ्यूचर वो उसको फोरकास्ट कर रहे हैं कि ये कहीं इतने बड़े इंसिडेंट्स ना हो जाएं कि वो राफेल वाली चीज़ पीछे हो जाए और ये इंसिडेंट्स आगे हो जाएं. तो ये एक अवेयरनेस है जो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से इस दफ़ा हाई पीक पे है.
That's very encouraging to know. Of course, we're talking about just not the national cert, we're talking about sectorial certs as well, and I think there are 12 sectorial certs which will be operational. Ali bhai, coming back to you, same question. I know the regulator is really good, and the financial sector is very well positioned in terms of whatever we are discussing. But what do you think can be improved on that side? Thoda kar uske upar, if you can share your thoughts.
Okay. Yes, things could be improved, obviously. State Bank, being a very proactive regulator, is doing its job really well in comparison to other regulators. But there is a need at the national level for the cross regulator collaboration. So I think that if specifically we talk about the banking sector, the fintechs, they are being regulated by the SECP. So State Bank does not regulate the fintech. But there are banks in the industry that are very much dependent on one particular fintech because of the services they are providing. Okay, and they do not have an alternate available, readily available, I would say. So once you're dependent on any particular fintech, and that fintech is very famous in the industry for providing some particular service, so this means that many banks start using the same fintech. So there are risks of supply chain attacks. So it could come through that fintech, and you have seen that historically what we have experienced as well with one of the fintech. So I think there is a need to conduct a cyber drill at the level of at the national level. I think national cert needs to be more proactive, and it should play its role.
Just to ask you another question on top of it, because I know you have a council of banks, right, where you collaborate and you share information. Are you putting this over there? Are you trying to create something in that?
Yes.
So there is suggestions over there.
Well, there's a forum at the level of the Pakistan Banking Association, basically. So State Bank, in collaboration with PBA, is basically trying to conduct a cyber drill across industry level cyber drill, and that's a really good step. But they're just starting with having this kind of cyber resilience gauging exercise. So that's something happening again at the level of State Bank. I mean,
okay.
But this needs to be happen at the national level, and I think national cert can play an active role in that, because we need to engage different sectors. I mean, the telecom sector is providing services to the banking sector. I mean, it's providing services so that banks could connect, and their branches could connect with each other, and they could use other telecom related services. And then again, I mentioned the payment system providers. I mean, they need to get engaged in the same kind of cyber drills that the State Bank is now planning in the future. So.
Kashif, I'm going to, not the same question for you, of course.
Australia questions, so usually I get in trouble.
So the question I want to ask you, because Cisco has been in Pakistan for a lot of time, right?
25 years.
That's a substantial time. The question I want to ask you is, you being Cisco, and we talk about social responsibility, right? As an OEM, as us, we working as a partner. What do you think you are doing as a social responsibility as Cisco in this country to create awareness around cyber resilience or cyber security, or any step which helps the customers have more awareness and can drive a collaborative way, and not just from a selling perspective? So that's the question I'm asking.
So we are trying to do two things, right? One is, so I joined Cisco in 2016 in Pakistan. This was about 9 years ago. So in 9 years, one thing we have done is we have created network academies across the country to develop the awareness as well as knowledge among the next generation. So they are able to do certifications for free, trainings for free, and the training has a list of not related to Cisco only, but also security, infrastructure, troubleshooting, English, communication, blah, blah. There are like 17,000 different courses they can take. So we created about 250 academies across the country in last 9 years. Out of this, we started with about 13,000 graduates per year. Now we are up to 92,000 graduates. So sad part of that is out of this 92,000, because we actually end up tracking every employee, every person who actually graduates from this. The sad part of that is that most people are not in the country anymore, which is a sad part of it. But at the end of the day, obviously, even if they go outside and they are able to build a career around this technology, then we are okay with it, obviously. So that is one thing we did. The second thing we did, we became part of different advisory groups within the country at provincial level and federal level to support whatever we can, right? I am not in agreement of government going and creating a group where they are going to put a Cisco GM and a Oracle GM and another 7 different salesmen from different places as part of that group, because they are salesmen. Their job is to sell. I think we need to create a group where we have people who are subject matter experts in worldwide who have done this to be part of that. So there is a program that we run and which is a free of cost. We have to talk to the government hopefully to do something about it, which is country digitization architecture. And that's, we have done, I think, in 19 countries worldwide or maybe more. What we do is we provide an architecture to them in saying this is how your security and infrastructure architecture should look like in the country. And these are the different services you need to offer. We're trying to become part of it. We're trying to do whatever we can at our level. The original question that you asked on whether the government is initiating, thinking about it, I'll get in trouble anyway, but I think they are. They have been in the last 5-6 years to know that they don't have a choice but to go on all of their services on a digital architecture, right? Any services that the government offers has to be digitized. I think the process is too slow. I think one of the comments that I usually pass it to people and people don't like it is going to technology or securing your infrastructure should not come at a cost of services being offered to them, right? We have, all of us have seen it in the last couple of years with our phones and WhatsApps and everything. I don't think that should happen. This happens everywhere in the world. And we need to provide that better services, whatever we are offering. Because, yaar, your internet cannot go down. It's as simple as that, right? Pakistan mein chala jata hai. But at the end of the day, you put yourself in some mature economy. Per person, the statistics is in 2030, in 5 years, per person will have like 103 devices connected to internet, per person in the world. Now imagine an outage. Nothing will work. So you cannot come at a service of cost of service. That's what I say.
Yeah, that's
but we all of us need to do our part at wherever we can to help the government as well as these different councils that are being built around the country to support digitization. And
yeah,
it says time is
that
up.
well.
And it says time is up.
So if there's any question from the audience, we have the panelists, we can ask some questions, maybe a couple of questions, if there is any. If not, then I think we can conclude because we're already out of time. Any questions? I think everyone is hungry, no questions from the audience. So guys, thank you very much. It's pleasure having this conversation and for candid opinions, thoughts around it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asher, and thank you, Faisal, wherever he is,
Thank
for
you,
inviting
everyone.
us and being part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, guest, for enlightening us on cyber resilience. Moving on quickly to the last, but for sure not the least presentation of the day, which is Application Intelligence for High Performance Digital Banking by Mr. Mohammad Zishan Siddiqui, Head of Technology and Services at Arvind Tech. So can we have Mr. Zishan Siddiqui on stage with his presentation? Please give him a big round of applause. Probably the last presentation of the day.
Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zishan and working as a head of technology. How I can move the presentation? Yeah. I know that it's very late. Everyone is waiting for the lunch. तो मैं आपका ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा. I would like to finish quickly and try to convey the message that I just want to share here. यहाँ पे बहुत सारी बातें हुई हैं about digitization, it is digital banking, all about the different technologies, the AI, the security. और अगर आप देखें आज के world में in these days, the main thing is application is very important. Like how your application is behaving, is working. So your customer loyalty is actually directly engaged with the application performance. मेरे ख्याल में हर कोई एक्सपीरियंस करता है different banking applications. Like एक छोटा सा story है. A couple of weeks back, मेरा एक दोस्त था. He went to a bank in urgency during night time, late night. ATM से कुछ cash withdraw कर रहा था. ATM was not working. He tried again. He went to the another ATM machine. It was not working. He called the bank, and the bank was saying everything is fine, nothing is wrong. Anyway, वो वापस आ गया. In the morning, he received an email from the bank that, dear customer, we successfully upgraded our system last night without any customer impact. So he replied to the bank, really? I guess I wasn't your customer last night. So, और इसी तरह अगर हम different like mobile apps इस्तेमाल करते हैं, and I think everyone experience when we try to pay utility bills, about school fees, when we are using it, sometime we are not able to receive the OTP on time. We just resend, and during that time, the application timeouts. So these type of problem actually we are facing, and this is the real problems in these days. We have to move to the digitization, yeah, but there are certain problems that we have to actually need a solution of these problems. यहाँ पे bankers हैं, सब लोग हैं, तो I think there are key challenges for the digital banking is everyone knows. Increased transactions हैं, high customer expectations हैं, regulatory compliance issues भी हैं, and then you also have a complex and hybrid environment these days. So these are the key challenges. How we can actually solve these things and mitigate? In today's world, we need some application performance. Actually, this matters these days. How your application is performing, how your application is behaving. So these solutions who actually judge and monitor your application is actually matters these days, and this is the solution. They can ensure the continuous availability and the reliability of the applications, reduce mean time to detect and response, and improve customer digital experience. And basically right now I'm just talking about a solutions that is about the APM tools, application performance monitoring tool. From the R1 tag, we tried and pitching this solution to this market, I think around 4 or 5 years back. We are continuously, because we believe this is the something that is the need of the digital banking, and everyone needs it. We actually have some successes, and even in the future, I think we will have more. Right now, I'm presenting a APM tool that is from the Splunk. Splunk is a Cisco company, and initially it was AppDynamics. I think many of you heard this name, AppDynamics. AppDynamics is now acquired by Cisco, and this APM tool is now become the part of the Splunk. What is the approach of the Splunk to the observability? Actually, they say to ensure the resilience of the digital system and reduce the human toil of operating them by letting the software to do more. The more heavy lifting works like identity problem, quickly first root cause analysis, and take the corrective actions. So all these things can be done by the APM tool, but with the Splunks and APM, the icing on the cake is it can also provide you the insight of the business impact with every performance problem that you are facing. Means technology, like if you have some outage or some performance issues with your applications, it can directly correlate with the business impact. We have to create some dashboards and do these type of the analysis. Everyone knows जो visibility है हमारे पूरे network में it's scattered. We have different teams. Networks की team अलग है, middlewares हैं, softwares हैं, databases हैं, some hybrid workloads हैं, कुछ cloud की ऊपर है. Whenever some problem arise, what happen? Normally we have a war room. Everyone sitting over there and just discussing if is there any outage or some performance issue, what is the issue. Everyone work in a silos. They know about their domain, but they cannot tell what is actually the problem is depend, like any problem at one domain can impact the other. So there's no correlation actually. So basically this is the mean time to innocence. But while this is happening, everyone is trying to identify the issue, the root cause. What is happening? Your customer is impacting. Okay, because they are just waiting, and this actually hit on your user experience and the revenues also. Now with this APM tools, it actually tells you the business context that you lost. It can map the like interdependencies of different applications, how different application works, how they're like whenever you log in to online banking, definitely when you log in, there are some calls going to some backend system. From there, it's going some middleware from database. There are some calls going out, maybe Nadra or any third party. So how this flow, the application flow works, it map all these things, and it can also actually analyze that if there's any problem arise, it can, how it can business, your business's impact. So basically, आपकी जब problems आती है तो ये आपकी growth को slow down कर देता है, operational inefficiencies होती हैं और poor customer experience है. अगर हम देखें like normally the approach that we are taking to monitor the infrastructure in legacy network is not supporting today's infrastructure because it is different, it's very complex and hybrid. So definitely we need something who can manage and provide you a single source of truth that what is happening on your network. Observability solution improve the digital resilience. When you actually use these systems, it provide you more insight about your applications, their performance. So it can like when you provide the details of your application, so it improve your performance. It can also very helpful and useful tools for the developers, to your developers. When they are developing some applications, if there's any issues in that application, these tools can help you out, and even it can go deep dive and identify the problems with the code level. So you can spend less time on the development and more time on the innovation. So actually it increase your revenue and higher returns will be actually you can get. And this is the same thing that I told you, that the power of the Splunk and Cisco means that you can have a single source of truth of what is happening in your network, and it can drive your digital resiliency of your infrastructure. It's not only the solution that normally people use for the NMS. Still, you need some network monitoring solution if you are using some APM tool, because it resides on the top of it, and it can provide you the more intelligence, more insights about how your application is performing. And it can help you to building a leading observability practice. I'm just quickly moving on. How Splunk help you for these practice? It gives you a complete business visibility that I told you, end to end, how the application is working and how it is performing. Earlier detections and faster investigation. It has very intuitive dashboards. It's dynamic, real time, and when you look into that, it can identify the performance issue, and you can further dig down and find out the issue within minutes. So it means you have a better control, and you have a better control, it means your data and cost, you have the growth. How it works, like I can, actually I already told you that the visibility across the applications, it can quickly baselining of your application. This is very important actually feature of APM tools and in AppDynamic. Your application is not behaving or not performing at a same level at the different time. Means sometime you have more load and sometime the load is not there on your network. So your application is performing differently at the different time of the day, at the different days on the week and the different weeks in the month. So the curve is not smooth. What these solutions do, it actually creating a dynamic baselining. Maybe during the daytime when it's a working hour, the performance is low, or during the night, the application performance is very high, but the baselining actually draw in a way that maybe at different time the application is behaving differently. So it actually learn how the application is working. It create a baseline, and when there is a deviation from that baseline, it trigger an alarm and identify, okay, there is something wrong. Maybe your application during the night time, it's at the performance is 2 milliseconds, but it's increasing. So maybe there is something issue because this is not normal. So in this way, it creates some baselining, and whenever there is a deviation from that baseline, it trigger an alarm, and then it can you can actually quickly look into the thing and identify what is the issues. So earlier detection and faster investigation. The dynamic map and dashboard that I had already told you. So these are the things and the tools through which this APM tool can help you out. These are the different features. I'm not taking too much time on these because we are already late for the lunch. But again, AI Ops, AI ML feature is there. All these new technologies is already embedded. Incident response, log analytics, digital experience monitoring. So all these features are there. With the new upgradations generative AI, agentic AI, these features is there. It can actually identify the problem before it's happened, and it can take the corrective actions. So now these features is now also embedded into these applications. For the complete end-to-end visibility, actually, as I told you, that it is the application layer, but in Cisco, many of you also knows about the 1000i solution. So there is an integration between the Splunk and 1000i. 1000i basically provide you the insight about the networking layer, the issues on the physical layer, how your internet is working. Maybe there are some congestion, some issues on the ISP level or on the internet. So when we linked all these things, so we have end-to-end visibility from the application layer to the network layer. So like in a couple of minutes, whatever the problems with the performance of any application, you can quickly identify. Again, the same stuff, like it improve your digital resiliency with the Splunk observability. I'm just quickly moving on. Splunk is also a leader in observability, so there's a different third-party reports, and Gartner's report is on the leader, so you can go over there and check that it is one of the leading product in the market. And if you want to actually get more insight about these products, so you can discuss with us. We are available in the hall, and we can provide you the more insights. I think, thank you very much. 5-10 minutes, not too much time. I think you guys can, this is the last one, so go for the lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dushansa, for your presentation, and thank you, audience. You have been a very patient audience, and I hope you have enjoyed all the sessions today. So it's time for lunch. Please continue and have a great day, and we'll see you at the next day, the 24th Future Banking Summit. Thank you.